Welcome, folks. If you've participated in our work group meetings before, you'll recognize the invitation to participate in a word cloud activity. Our question today is, what keeps you up at night? Infrastructure costs. And Catherine has given the instructions on the presentation slide on how to go to the poll and add your contribution. Catherine, would you like to give some quick explanation on how this works?
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody, and echoing, thank you so much for joining us, and I look forward to this discussion today. Yes, so you can join through your phone, which means you can use this text, this number here, Crystal Laza 824, and then you just put 22333 in, and then you can go ahead and do the word cloud activity. And by the way, there's no need to sign up to, be this software participant. You can just go in there and do that. And then there's a link here. If one of our assistants could please put into the chat the link, thepollev.com, and then you go to the home here, and then you put right here the Crystal Laza 824, and then you select the join, hit this button there, and you're able to get in. And please put 1 or 2 words. If you put more than 2 words in, it doesn't make a great word cloud. So if you could go ahead and do that, that would be great.
Thank you, Catherine. We're going to take a minute here to let folks filter in, and then we'll get started. Well, welcome. My name is Annalisa Bevan. I'm the Zero Emission Infrastructure Specialist for the California Air Resources Board. Welcome to today's work group meeting, and thank you for joining us. As many of you know, CARB is developing the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation, which would require fleets to transition to zero emission trucks. In the course of developing this regulation, issues have been coming up around the infrastructure needs for this transition, and we've held a forum on infrastructure. We've taken comments at a number of workshops and work group meetings. And from that, it's clear that we needed a platform for a more focused conversation about infrastructure where we could spend more time hearing from stakeholders about their concerns and questions and bring our partner agencies to the table to have a complete conversation about what's happening in the state to support ZEV infrastructure. The primary purpose of the work group meetings is to inform and support the ACF rulemaking, but we also want to foster a dialogue between stakeholders about infrastructure issues and solutions broadly. We want to connect the work of the ACF rulemaking with the important work of our sister agencies, and we want to identify actions and ongoing discussions that will support the transition to ZEVs. The format, those who have participated in these meetings before will recognize it, but this is a little different from a lot of our workshops and work group meetings in that we've selected participants through a survey process to be work group members or panelists. And we're looking for a robust, constructive conversation about the topics on our agenda today. And we invite all attendees, whether you're a panelist, if you're not a panelist, to participate via the Q&A box. Your voice is important to us, and we welcome your input through the Q&A, and we can also set up one-on-one meetings if that's desired. We're recording today's meeting, and we'll post it to our YouTube channel when the recording is ready. And we also invite you to provide comments in writing through our Advanced Clean Fleets comment docket. We'll be posting that in the chat as we progress today. And throughout today's agenda, we'll have a few short presentations from our partner agencies and programs about the programs they administer to help set the stage for discussion topics. but we're not looking for those presentations to dominate the conversation. And finally, we'll wrap up with a summary of what we heard throughout the meeting and any next steps that we want to identify. Today's topics are costs and funding opportunities. During our workshops for ACF, we've heard from stakeholders that they have concerns about the costs of infrastructure and that we should consider specific aspects of infrastructure installations in terms of calculating costs. We welcome in this forum specifics about what fleets are experiencing, have experienced, or have been quoted with regard to costs. And we also want to talk about funding opportunities from various sources to help offset infrastructure costs. We're here to listen, to facilitate conversation, and to work through issues. I hope that we can avoid prepared remarks, presentations, and non-constructive dialogue. We'll have a more productive meeting if we can all keep our remarks concise, allowing for more voices to be heard and more back and forth conversation. As part of facilitating dialogue, please don't be surprised if we have follow-up questions. So before we start, I want to extend my thanks to our partner agencies for joining us today, presenting and being a part of the conversation. I want to thank our work group members for offering to be a part of this dialogue, and thank you to all of our participants for contributing to the conversation. With that, I'd like to introduce our CARB team and our state agency partners. Thank you to Leslie Goodbody and Catherine Garretson, who've been organizing this meeting. Craig During and Paul Arneja are here with our ACF team, Jacob Englander with the LCFS team, Wenty, Andrew Morgan, Brandon Rose have been assisting with meeting preparations and will be here as the voice in the chat box and helping with moderating the question conversation time. From our state agency partners, we have Elizabeth John with the California Energy Commission, Tyson Eckerly, and Gia Basin from GoBiz. And I'm doing a quick scan to see if anybody else has joined from our, I think we're good. All right, with that, let's see. We have a tradition with these meetings of hosting a word cloud. Catherine, would you like to give some quick instructions for that activity, and then we'll jump into our agenda?
Yes, if you could type 1 or 2 words at most into this platform, and you can access the platform by 2 ways. One way is by using the phone, where you can text, these are the instructions down here, or you can go to pullev.com/home. And I believe in the chat, there's a link there where you're able to go into that pullev.com, type in this Crystal Laza 824 and hit join and be able to do that. And we have many words in the word cloud. It's doing really well. Thank you everyone for joining us in that activity. Would you like me to stop sharing the instructions?
Yeah.
Believe
have we got, is the word cloud slowing down? Or would you like to go ahead and post the image? I know I'm deviating from the plan, sorry. Okay. If the word cloud is, there we go. Funding. Grid, cost, time, costs, infrastructure, high, uncertainty, power, scale, upfront.
I also see lack, Annalisa.
Yeah. I'm assuming that that is related to lack of funding. So funding, grid, lack, time, cost.
Could be lack of infrastructure as well.
Yeah.
I'm seeing grant now.
And demand, delays, LCFS.
I'm also seeing high, grid, permitting.
Great. Well, it sounds like based on the types of topics that are coming up in this, that our conversation today, some of the folks that we have on our panel from our state agencies will help with this conversation. Great, thank you. We will be sharing that that word cloud as part of our information that we're gathering from all of this. I think the next thing we're going to do, let's see how our attendees were in good shape here. Great. So we're going to start with a few short presentations from our state agencies, and then move into a conversation about costs in particular. Then later in the agenda, we'll be talking about funding. And with that, I'd like to introduce Elizabeth John and to talk about what's happening at the CEC.
Thank you, Annalisa. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth John, and I'm manager of the Medium and Heavy Duty Zero Emission Technologies Office with the California Energy Commission. As the state lead for ZEV infrastructure, the CEC administers the Clean Transportation Program, which was established by California Assembly Bill 118 in 2007. The program is funded through a small surcharge on California vehicle registrations and provides up to $100 million per year for projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions within the transportation sector. And California Assembly Bill 8 extended the program to January 1st, 2024. Now in its 13th year, the Clean Transportation Program has provided over $1 billion to alternative fuel and vehicle technology projects in communities that can immediately accrue health, environmental, and economic benefits from these investments. We have also received additional funding from the governor's most recent budget, which I will actually be talking about later today. So I'll keep my comments brief. I'm excited to be here. And today I think I'm really interested in hearing about the challenges that fleets are facing. I understand costs are high, but I also would like to understand where CEC can potentially step in and fill gaps with incentive support. So I'll just quickly introduce, we also have Michelle Vader on the call, who is supervisor of the Freight and Transit Unit at CEC. So thank you.
Thank you. Great. Okay, now I'd like to turn it over to Gia Basin with GoGo's.
Hi, good morning. Let's see here. Let me turn my camera on. Yes, good morning. Gia Basin. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director for the Zero Emission Vehicle Market Development Unit at GoBiz. And I also have Tyson Eckerly here, who is our director. So I know you're going to get to hear from him a little bit later. GoBiz is really, and our unit is really focused on agency alignment, really, I mean, market development, right? Zero emission market development. And we are focused on doing that by helping with agency alignment and bringing our sort of policies and our efforts to focus. We were the lead on developing the zero emission vehicle market development strategy, which was out last year, and are tasked with helping to work with the 29 agencies that touch zero emission vehicle development here in the state, with kind of identifying their action plans and moving those things forward. We also are often the nexus between between industry and the private sector. GoBiz broadly is aimed at, helping establish business and expand business here in California. And so we often have the opportunity to work closely with the private sector to identify, additional challenges and look at ways in which and levers that we have to help bring down things like costs and accelerate the market. So, we kind of dabble in a lot of different areas, but those are the sort of the broad strokes. And you'll get to hear from Tyson a little bit more on that later. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. And actually, I think that Tyson is up next. We're a little ahead of schedule because we had a change in our lineup this morning. Tyson, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. Great. Well, thanks. Thanks, everybody. So I wanted to talk
Are
through.
your slides up?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we just wanted to give a brief overview of the ZEV funding opportunities. And this will be kind of a high level overview, and then we'll get into a little bit more detail as we go through the workshop. But if you go to the next slide, I wanted to put together the two kind of, so the governor's budget that was approved last year, the 3.9 billion, and then what it looks like if we add the 6.1 billion on top of that. And so I won't focus so much on the passenger vehicles, you can see it there, but in the big ZEV area, if you look in the black text, we have the drayage, trucks, and infrastructure. That was 470 million last year. This year we propose adding another 475 million. So it's adding another 1,000 drayage trucks. We had the drayage trucks and infrastructure pilot program that was last year. That's kind of added into the pot. Transit, we're adding another potentially 1,600 buses. So all this funding is vehicles and infrastructure, trying to couple them as much as possible. School buses is a big infusion from a different funding source, Prop 98 education funding. That's another 3,000 school buses. And then kind of, I think where a lot of us would be interested is in the clean trucks, buses, and off-road equipment bucket. Which had 700 million last year. We're proposing to add another 1.1 billion, kind of divided between vehicles and infrastructure. And then on the ports, the port electrification, with both plug-in and fuel cell, that's another 400 million. And then we have some additional investments there. The community awareness grants. We had manufacturing last year, 250 million, so 125 million this year, 125 million next year. The transportation package will go into a little bit more. That additional 383 million, that's federal funding. So we know that is approved. And then, some community-based plans and sustainable community strategies, which aren't so relevant here. But what is really relevant is the emerging opportunities segment, which we think, the opportunities like rail and aviation or expansion into off-road. And so wrapped all together, this funding adds up to $10 billion, which is a big push into the market. And if you go to the next slide, I just want to give an overview, a little bit of the federal infrastructure bill. So there's a bunch of money in for charging infrastructure. Of that $5 billion in federal grants, that's a formulaic fund. So we get 383 coming through California. That's going through our transportation agency in close coordination with the Energy Commission. And I should say, just to make it clear, all these investments are both plug-in and hydrogen on the state side and the big ZEV bucket. Here, then you have the formulaic funds, and you have competitive grants, which include both plug-in and hydrogen. On the hydrogen side, we won't go into a ton of detail here, but there's $8 billion for hydrogen hubs, which is a big investment in the upstream infrastructure that we need to help enable adoption and bring down costs of hydrogen fuel. So we're very excited about that. Another $1 billion for electrolysis programs that matches up with what the governor proposed in the January 10th budget, which had 100 million in there. And then 500 million for clean hydrogen manufacturing and recycling. So these are big investments into that system on the federal part, and will be a big part of that as well. And then, there's more money from the federal government for electric school buses, clean school buses. And then supply chain for batteries is another big investment. And then, finally, advanced energy technology manufacturing projects and coal community. We don't have coal communities here, but still it's all about building up the supply chain and resilience here stateside. If you go to the next slide. So this is kind of a summary of all the different opportunities here, which I just went over. on the federal side. And so we're working to marry those up. And I think I have one final slide, maybe not. Oh yeah, so then finally reducing fleet costs. So we have a lot to do in this. A lot of it is really about driving scale, and that what the investments that the governor has proposed and the investments that were approved last year were all about driving scale. And so the idea is that, scale brings down cost reductions. We're also, we're going to send out a note to our email list and get forwarded around, but we're still soliciting people to, consultants, hand raisers who want to help fleets transition to zero emission vehicles, and we'll post that list on our website. We won't endorse one over another, but at least you can have a good consolidated list of people to go to if you don't already have a connection and consultant. And so taking this broad step back, all of us are very much focused on making your lives easy as much as possible in your transition. So we're really focused on the end user, trying to make our state and our state funding programs look like one funding source as much as possible, aligning vehicle and infrastructure funds. But of course, we have a lot of work to do there. So as you're going through and implementing, we want to know and understand, the issues and the things that are working, frankly, so that we can, double down on what's working and fix what isn't as a collective. So with that, I'll hand it back to Annalisa.
Thanks, Tyson. Finding that mute button takes me a bit. Okay, well, thank you to folks who provided that introduction. Let me talk a little bit about how the rest of our work group meeting is going to work. We have three big topic areas. Estimating fuel costs, reducing the cost of station development, and incentives and other available funding opportunities. So we're going to start each of these discussion topics with some conversation amongst our moderator and a few experts, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. And with that, I'd like to invite Gia to start our conversation about estimating fuel costs. And you'll note on our annotated agenda here that we've got some specific topics. These are things that we thought might spark some conversation. We're not going to go through these one by one, but they're meant to sort of catalyze the conversation. So, Gina.
Yeah, thank you. So really, I just will take a minute here to kind of kick us off, and wanted to share, a few highlights or key points in terms of our understanding of the high level needs that fleets have regarding costs as they consider transition to zero emission. So in the broad strokes, it's really this need for consistency and predictability of costs in general, but certainly fuel costs. And it's about understanding options around how to control fuel costs, such as time of use for charging, or maybe the implications of liquid hydrogen versus gaseous hydrogen systems. It's the need to understand how fueling costs may change over time, hopefully reductions over time, but understanding what those potential risks might be. And, fleets want to know what sort of options and leverage they may have in helping to control costs and feeling like they have a handle on that as well. So just touching on a few brief broad topics, we'll get really in this next hour, we're going to dig into some of this, and we'll have a couple of brief presentations to set the stage, and then we'll get into our panel discussion and Q&A. So now I'd like to invite Ruben from SCE2 to speak about rates and demand charges. Thank you. Do we have our rep from SCE? Okay.
I don't actually see
Yeah,
on the list.
looking here as well. Okay, so we may need to pivot a little bit. Annalisa, how would you like to proceed? Shall we go forward with talking a little bit about
Maybe we talk about LCFS.
Yeah.
Jacob? are you ready to share with us and all of our stakeholders how LCFS works and what the advantages are?
Sure, certainly. So my name is Jacob Engler. I'm the lead technical staff for the electricity and hydrogen provisions of the Low Carbon Fuel Standard Program, which is a fuels regulation intended to lower the carbon intensity of the transportation fuel pool in California. How that functions is that entities that produce gasoline and diesel generate deficits that are because the carbon intensity of gasoline and diesel is above the standard, and that must be matched by credits that are generated by low carbon fuels. Electricity and hydrogen work differently within our program in terms of who is the credit generator, but I will kind of walk through that process. For electricity, the owner of the charging equipment is the default credit generator. And so they can either report themselves or designate a third party to report on their behalf. And the low carbon fuel standard provides benefit by being able to generate credits based upon dispensed electricity into vehicles, which can be monetized in the market. And so currently for light duty vehicles, electricity can generate is around 13 cents a kilowatt hour of value, and can be matched with low carbon electricity to generate more credits. And for heavy duty, which is defined in the regulation as being above 14,000 pounds, because of the increased efficiency of those vehicles, the value is around 20 cents per kilowatt hour. For hydrogen, the program is slightly different in that the default credit generator is the owner of the hydrogen station or the dispensing equipment, if it's a private fleet. And there, the value depends upon the feedstock and the full life cycle of the fuel. But for example, if a light duty vehicle is being used with fossil hydrogen, the value for dispensed hydrogen is around $2 a kilogram, and that can be increased if there are lower carbon sources of hydrogen that are involved. And for heavy duty, it's slightly less, and it's around $1 a kilogram per kilogram dispensed. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me, and I will put my contact information. One thing to note is that the credits, the LCFS credits have been very volatile recently, and that has been due to factors that are kind of due to increased supply of alternative liquid fuels in the market. However, that's not intended to be, I can't say anything more than that, that's something that we've observed, and that it's not looking like that it's a long-term trend in terms of the decline in credit prices. I know that's been a concern for a lot of stakeholders. One thing, so aside from getting in contact with me personally, if you're interested in participating in the program, we are going into our rulemaking process, in which we will be likely strengthening the targets of the LCFS program, which would provide additional credit value for stakeholders.
Hey, Jacob, this is Leslie. Would you mind posting in the chat to everyone a link to the web page? It's a really good learning resource for LCFS. I realize I should have had this ready, but just when you get a minute, because I know there's some really good instructional pages that are, helpful for the everyday user.
I'll put in a couple of links, one that will just go to the LCFS general webpage, as well as one that has some basic information about the program and how it works and how you can participate.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jacob. All right. Well, it seems like maybe we'll talk a little bit here about the hydrogen side of things, and I'm kind of earmarked to share a few insights there, and then we'll see if we can wrap back on having Ruben speak for us, or someone from SCE, and otherwise we'll just go forward with our panel and our Q&A. So in terms of kind of thinking about hydrogen and our fuel costs here, hydrogen for mobility is still a fairly early market, when compared to other industrial and commercial uses that have been in play for a number of decades. And so as the market's developed in California, and really this has been due here in our state to the light duty vehicle and infrastructure investments that the state and the private sector have made, as well as a policy environment here. But as a result of that, the supply chains are starting to expand. We're seeing hydrogen suppliers that are establishing business verticals that are dedicated to supplying the transportation sector, and competition is really starting to emerge. So these are all contributing factors to costs that we're already seeing starting to decrease. There's a long way to go still, but we're seeing those trends already happening. And hydrogen is a volume business, so it's scale and demand that will drive cost reductions. And so as the market continues to evolve and demand continues to grow, we expect cost to continue to decrease. And it's really the medium and heavy duty sector where the hydrogen throughput really starts to grow, and it helps to kind of be a virtuous cycle there. There are a lot of estimates and projections out there about how costs will change, and how much they're going to decrease and how quickly they're going to decrease. And I'm really I'm sure that our panelists that are going to speak on the hydrogen side of things will have things to share on this. But I'll just share kind of a couple of sort of numbers that come to mind, or things that I've run across. So, Shell, for example, has a roadmap to achieve parity for heavy duty mobility, which is about, what the volumes are. And they're looking at $3 to $6 per kilogram for heavy duty at the right kinds of volumes. The Bloomberg New Energy Finance projects renewable hydrogen could achieve parity with gasoline kind of in the mid-decade, and that renewable hydrogen will be somewhere between $1.40 and $2.90 per kilogram in 2030, which is really similar, less than diesel. Just remembering that 1 kilogram of hydrogen is roughly equivalent to like two gallons of diesel, so twice the kind of energy. There was a study that came out of the Hydrogen Council that was performed by Mcgee that was projecting cost to decrease by 50% across, not just in fuel, but across, components and various aspects of the supply chain for hydrogen by 2030, and for, a wide range of applications. And that this would really kind of achieve cost competitiveness with other low carbon fuels, and in some cases, doing better than conventional options that we have. So, California is making investments in renewable hydrogen production, in infrastructure and vehicles, also in R&D for some of the hardest sectors to decarbonize, like rail and maritime, and potentially getting into aviation. That's coming. That's coming as well. And then things get even more interesting if you layer on top of what's happening in California and the market here with what's happening at the federal level and really globally with hydrogen investments and different cost targets. So just to kind of share a little bit more on that, DOE's has a hydrogen Earthshot initiative that they kind of launched last year, and it aims to reduce costs of clean hydrogen by 80% to $1 per kilogram within 1 decade. Tyson also mentioned the IIJA investments, so the $9.5 billion for clean hydrogen investments, including the hydrogen hubs. And this doesn't even, these kinds of investments to help drive down costs doesn't even really include the massive investments that the private sector is making to move the market forward, which is also really in recent years really ramped up as well. So really, this is all just to kind of illustrate that that hydrogen, and in California, it'll be clean hydrogen, will be a part of our energy transition, and that the kind of scarcity and supply and early logistical issues and these various aspects that are resulting in the higher costs, that they can be addressed. So after all that positivity, I don't want to be too Pollyanna about it. There really is a lot to do, but we can get there. So I just want to note one more thing. We're trying to be creative here in California also about how we address challenges that we're hearing. And so one thing I want to mention, a bit of a side note, but I think it's worth mentioning here, is that we have a group of agencies working together to kind of explore and develop a zero low carbon hydrogen master service agreement for transit agencies. And maybe that will be expanding later, but we're going to focus there initially. And this is to try to help to reduce some of the cost barriers to transitioning to fuel cell electric buses for those, where that is the right kind of technology for their needs. And so this is still in fairly early stages of development, but I wanted to note it because it's, one of the ways in which we're trying to think about how we can help, accelerate our cost reductions in this way and create some more certainty and address some of the risks that we've heard from fleets. So I'm gonna stop there and just wrap back to see if we have anyone to present on kind of rates and demand charges, or if it's the good time to get into our Q&A.
Well, how about while we're waiting, it was a really good question that somebody posted in the chat, Jacob, that you mentioned how hydrogen LCFS value is based on the feedstock and the full life cycle of the fuel. So what does the latter mean? So I guess they're asking, what does the full life cycle of the fuel mean?
Yes, I was just typing up that answer, but I will.
No, don't type it up. Share with everyone.
I will say it verbally as well. So the way that the low carbon fuel standard works is that it takes into account a life cycle assessment of the fuel that is being produced relative to the standard. And so what's involved with that, for example, if you look at a steam methane reformation process for hydrogen, then you'd look at the production of the feedstock. So whether it's from a fossil gas feedstock, it would include the upstream emissions associated with the production and transportation of the natural gas as it goes into the steam methane reformation process, then the emissions associated with the reformation process itself, as well as all emissions associated with the distribution and dispensing of the fuel. Similarly, for electrolysis, then it would be for all of the electricity associated with the production and then the upstream emissions associated with the production of that electricity. And so that carbon intensity is determined for each fuel feedstock combination. And then that's how the credit calculation is determined based upon the difference between the carbon intensity of the fuel that is being reported and the standard, as well as the relative efficiency of the different fuels.
And maybe also while we're waiting, is there anybody in our panelists that might have a follow-up question, maybe help better understand for Jacob's or for everyone's sake? Because I know low carbon fuel standard can be kind of complicated. And while we're waiting, I could, a question.
Leslie, are you waiting for a specific person?
Well, we were waiting for Ruben, but Catherine, do you know if he's got back to you? Okay. One of the things we were hoping, oh, are you Catherine? I can't hear you.
So I think we should go ahead and jump into our conversation. And we would invite some of our panelists who are utilities or familiar with rates to feel free to provide some perspective on that as we go through our conversation.
All right, it looks like our first panelist to present is Lisa Mcgee. Lisa, feel free to unmute yourself.
Hi, yeah, thanks for bringing up this topic. This is an excellent topic for fleets to hopefully try to understand the complexity associated with the data and values with kilowatt hours per mile. But San Diego Airport Parking Company has been running electric vehicles since 2015. We've been reporting through the Low Carbon Fuel Standards Credit Program since 2016. I think we were the first small fleet involved in the program. We still report quarterly, and right now we're on a pilot project with San Diego Gas and Electric for a real-time rate, which is a type of rate design that's come through the California Public Utility Commissioner. And we're averaging right now about 22 cents a kilowatt hour. Prior to that, we were running the diesel vehicles. I mean, we're averaging 15 cents on our class 2B or class 3 vehicle. And at today's $4.75 a gallon, we would be looking at 32 cents a mile. And at 22 cents a kilowatt hour, that drops down to about 18 cents a mile. We're getting about 0.80 kilowatt hours per mile on the vehicle. So a little under a mile per kilowatt hour, or a little over a mile per kilowatt hour. That is a direct savings of 14 cents a mile. Pre-COVID, we average about 20,000 miles a month. We're 100% electric as of 2020, January 2020, we were 100% electric. And so, actually, sorry, that was 2021. Sorry, January 2021. So we're a little over a year, 100% electric. So our average savings pre-COVID will be about $2,800 per month. And that does not include the calculation of the baseline low carbon fuel standard credits, which is 15 cents a kilowatt hour. So that drops our per mile rate at 4 cents a mile on fuel cost. So there's a lot to learn. It's very complex, but I would say the best learning experience on understanding the savings is by just getting started.
Thank you, Lisa.
Our next speaker will be Michael Colvin. Michael.
Hi, good morning. And it was great to hear Lisa's remarks. I completely agree with a lot of what she had to say there. I think I wanted to make two really brief points. The first one is that California is further ahead of the game compared to a lot of the other states, that we now have in every major electric service provider a dedicated commercial electric vehicle charging rate, something separate from passenger rates that is more tailored to the heavy duty infrastructure that's required and the power demands that are out there. So that's good news. We should be excited about that. But that's only step one of many that we have to be going down on this road. There's a lot more that's going to need to be done for charging rates. And to be clear here, the infrastructure costs and charging rates are two separate things that need to be thought through very, in a coordinated fashion. But the rate that the vehicles are charged is going to help with the fuel cost diversity to help make it so that it's more economic to switch to a zero emission vehicle. The infrastructure costs and to be able to actually have access to the charger is something very different. And there's a lot of different barriers that are out there. So we can have the rates figured out, but not have the infrastructure deployed, and it's not going to matter. The other thing I wanted to make certain to mention was there is a wide variety of use cases here, and we need to be able to reward predictability. There are going to be some fleets out there that say, look, I'm the most price sensitive creature out there. You can tell me when the cheapest time to charge is, and that's what I'll go after. There are going to be others that say my operational profile is only going to allow me to charge between hours X and Y. If I deviate from that, give me a demand charge, but I'm going to be very predictable load here. Utilities like predictability. So we need to be able to have some predictable rates and some more dynamic rates. We need to be able to have charging infrastructure that is available for small fleets, for big fleets, for well-capitalized fleets, for public charging. There's a lot of different use cases that are out there. And so developing customer profiles of here's what the fleet demands are going to be. Now here's a charging rate and an infrastructure package that's going to match is going to be really critical.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker will be Eva.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm Eva Pleiser, Rancho California Water District, and we are a water and sewer utility in Southern California. And I'm really glad of Lisa's conversation in terms of the savings and everything else. We attempted to do a calculation in terms of savings that we would achieve. Unfortunately, we don't have any real life experience because we are in the heavy duty arena. and we just haven't been able to get a heavy duty vehicle to test to see what that looks like. The market's just not there for us to go and get one. But so we did some textbook analysis, and we estimated that over a 30-year period, we could save in about a $3 million mark in terms of fuel costs. However, on the other hand, we looked at the capital investment that we would need to make, and just to put in the switch gear to be able to charge we have about 100 vehicle fleet, we were looking $5 million just for that alone. So we, even over a 30-year period, we would not be able to recoup our.
Eva, I think we lost you.
So
is it just me, or can other people not hear Eva?
Yeah, we're not here.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we can wrap
hear
up.
me now?
There,
Yes.
yes, hi. Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. So what I was saying is that for us, you have a $3.5 million 30-year savings, but you're looking at a $5 million capital expenditure just for the switchgear, not even including charging stations, nothing else, not including the additional cost of the vehicles. Seeing grants availability and funds out there is critical, because we have to pass all our expenditure to the public, and we have the Human Right of Water legislation, AB 685, that all public utilities and other state agencies need to take into account. So keeping water affordable is tremendous pressure for us, and should be a tremendous consideration for CARB also. So I'm really glad to hear the conversation. The other thing I want to bring up in terms of rates, we need long-term rate stability. We invested heavily in NEM and solar, and we got severely burned because the rates kept changing, and we have investments that are upside down now. So now we're putting that cost on water ratepayers because we have upside down investments on an 8 megawatt solar project that we did to help the state and help Edison move forward with it. So that's a tremendous issue for utilities that provide a public service and that have to charge the public all costs. We're a nonprofit. We have no way to take money otherwise. So I'd really like for you to consider all that when you're looking at implementation deadlines and implementation schedules, and how can you maintain that rate stability over, if I'm looking at a 30-year plus return of investment on this, I need to have a 30-year plus stability in costs. And given that if we go electric, we are basically looking at a monopoly providing us the energy source, that's very concerning. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Philipp. Philipp.
Good morning. I'm Philipp Garretson with Nikola Motors. Thank you for having me be a panelist today. We're a manufacturer of both battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, so I can talk to the fuel costs for both. And I think we're going to talk about infrastructure costs as well a little bit later, so I'll reserve comments on that for now. In our analysis of the cost of fuel for our battery electric trucks to be charged, even in SDG&E's territory, which has some of the highest electricity rates in the state for as far as the IOUs are concerned, you're looking at least a 50% reduction in the cost to power the vehicle as compared to utilizing diesel for similar types of applications. So you're seeing significant savings right off the bat there that help mitigate some of the upfront costs associated with the technology with the battery electric trucks being more expensive, even after accounting for some of the incentive values that exist today. On the fuel cell side, I can't comment specifically on the hydrogen pricing that we'll have available, but we are looking to develop a vertically integrated hydrogen ecosystem to support the adoption of our fuel cell trucks. And so we're investing into hydrogen production facilities, hydrogen distribution, and hydrogen fueling station network that can allow for operational flexibility for our fleet customers. The DOE has put out targets that they want to get to $1 per kilogram by 2030, but they've also stated that they're looking to get to $2 per kilogram for production and $2 per kilogram for distribution of hydrogen by 2025. And we feel that those are very achievable targets and are in line with our expectations of hydrogen that we would be able to produce and deliver to the California market before accounting for LCFS values. However, that's not going to be from electrolytic hydrogen. Electrolytic hydrogen will be much more expensive, particularly in California, given the high electricity costs in the state. And if you want to look at going entirely to green electrolytic hydrogen, the costs associated with that are even higher due to the fact that you have very low capacity factors associated with the renewables that you would be utilizing in an electrolyzer. So today, most green electrolytic facilities are actually connected under net energy metering, thereby having overproduction of renewables during the midday periods, and then basically relying upon the grid as a balancing resource to provide power in the evening after the sun is set and solar power can't produce anymore, which exacerbates a number of issues that the utilities have concerns over with net energy metering. My background is I actually spent close to a decade working at Southern California Edison before joining Nikola. And so I was involved in wholesale power procurement, particularly on the renewable side, and then was also involved in Edison's formation of its strategies around being a distribution system operator, leveraging distributed energy resources like rooftop solar, battery storage, and electric vehicles. And so these issues are big issues for the utilities from that standpoint, and causing cost shifts to non-participating customers, which is why you're seeing a lot of the changes that the utilities are currently recommending to the net energy metering tariffs, which I think Ava was referring to as far as some of the concerns that she has. We don't feel that that is a sustainable approach for green electrolytic hydrogen into the future. And so we've been advocating with the California Hydrogen Business Council that if California does want to invest into hydrogen production from green electrolytic resources, they should look at other types of mechanisms that encourage the use of electrolytic hydrogen production facilities as grid balancing resources at the wholesale grid level, where those resources can get access to wholesale market rates that are significantly lower cost than what would be available from the utilities as a retail service provider. And then also be able to monetize the ability to very quickly ramp demand up and down, thereby providing ancillary services and resource adequacy benefits to the CAISO grid, helping integrate more renewables onto the wholesale grid and improve the penetration that renewables can have as a whole in California. But without those types of mechanisms, we feel that the approach that we and other hydrogen producers that are looking to produce electrolytic hydrogen are going to have to take is to produce hydrogen out of state. We are actually pursuing an electrolytic hydrogen production hub in Arizona, where we negotiated rates with APS that will allow us to then bring cost-effective electrolytic hydrogen into the California market. And we're also looking at other technology agnostic approaches to producing zero CI hydrogen for the California market. Thank you.
Thanks. Philippe, can I just ask one follow-up question there? Obviously we want to try to be able, these are real concerns and challenges that you've outlined. Is there, just briefly, could you say anything about, what are some of the things that California might be able to consider to be able to help encourage, electrolytic production here, green production that is going to be driving costs down? Some of it would be access to wholesale rates, I would imagine, but just anything you have to add on that front.
Frankly, the cost of land in California and the cost of power are both very high. And in a lot of respects, it's more cost effective to do it out of state and then transport the hydrogen in, particularly once you start looking at doing it via pipeline at large scale. In the interim, I think that trying to give access to electrolytic hydrogen producers where they can connect to the wholesale grid at large scale, thereby avoid many of the distribution and other public purpose charges that the utilities charge, is going to be probably one of the most advantageous mechanisms. Otherwise, yeah, the you're going to have probably $6, like $4 to $6 per kilogram hydrogen at the production facility gate, and then add on top of that other distribution and dispensing costs, at which point you're looking at hydrogen that isn't cost effective to achieve diesel parity. And so I think that from that standpoint, what I would encourage California to focus on first and foremost is to build demand, build scale by investing into hydrogen fueling infrastructure and promoting the adoption of hydrogen fuel cell trucks. And then over time, as there's enough demand and scale, you can look at trying to near source more of the production in the state that cuts out some of the distribution costs and allows for more, say, on-site generation opportunities for hydrogen production and other kinds of mechanisms like that. But frankly, the cost of electrolyzers are so high that you need to maintain a high capacity factor on them, which is why you need to have that access either to the wholesale markets or to reliable low-cost grid supply in other locations.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Chris Shimoda. Chris.
Good morning, Chris Shimoda with the California Trucking Association. So I think this is more of a question than anything else, since we got a lot of experts on the line. So I understand with respect to customer-sided depot charging, that there are programs to try to keep rates predictable, for at least the immediate future. Wanted to ask with respect to, I'm sure that there's some expertise or experience with light duty charging on this particular subject. So as we look outside of customer-sided infrastructure where the fleet in interacting with the utility can look at their operational profile and say, we think that this is a reasonably sized project and we can commit to a specific service level over a period of time. But as we start getting into opportunity charging, retail charging, or publicly accessible charging, where the potential load is going to be fairly unpredictable in the early days, especially. I was looking to see whether or not there's any experience in the light duty space as to how that impacted rates for that particular type of charging model, and what we can expect with regards to will utilities, CPUC, whoever has to make these decisions, will there be a stable, predictable rate in the opportunity retail charging space, given that there won't be that level of predictability with respect to, how much load is actually going to be delivered? Because I know that, the infrastructure costs have to be defrayed by, electricity delivered. And so how has that worked? If there's any analogs in the light duty space.
Is there anyone who has some light duty experience that can respond to Chris's question there, or someone from the utilities that would like to respond?
I can jump in. This is Ruben. Sorry, guys. I've just been having a horrific time with network issues this morning.
We're so glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to keep my video off. I tried plugging in with my cell phone as well, but good morning, everyone. And I think the key, because we recognize.
Hey, Ruben, can you first, before you get into your discussion, could you let everybody know your affiliation? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Leslie. So I'm Ruben Bellihamji. I'm the principal manager of pricing design and research at Southern California Edison. I used to be the manager of marginal cost and forecasting before I joined in this role. And now, I always see rate design as the bridge between cost causation and policy objectives. And so it's a good opportunity for me to draw that bridge and help balance both sides of the equation, where we look at cost imposed in terms of how consumption profiles affect utility costs, and then look at our policy objectives to then measure how much we want to moderate rates for various reasons, be it for equity concerns, affordability concerns, or even for concerns related to how we want to help markets transition. So that's my role. And now, Leslie, if it's okay, I can jump in. Is that fair to answer my question?
Please.
I mean, the question.
Please,
Yeah.
please.
And so Chris, the key with any market that's transforming and where there's a certain degree of uncertainty, I think the important thing is to have that balanced perspective, right? So at Edison, what we sometimes say, all right, we remain honest and truthful about, hey, here's how our cost structures work. Here's what we have from a design parameter that keeps a subgroup of customers at parity with the broader group of customers within a particular class. And so, but we also realize in some cases where randomness or the inability to forecast what your consumption profile is going to look like can have a material impact in terms of how you as a customer are affected by a particular rate design. So in those cases, as you look at the continuum of rate design from, hey, here's a fixed valuation prospect of how costs are imposed through rates, and then here's a completely variable valuation prospect of how costs are imposed in rates. We try to help address the issue of randomness or uncertainty by picking what we feel is an appropriate point on that continuum and then design the rate. And so if we feel randomness is exaggerated, then we lean more in the form of energy rates. If we think business end use is more defined and predictable, then we'll provide a structure that helps move a little bit more and lean on the continuum towards fixed charge rate. So it just depends. I think it's the process of review, it's the process of study and collaboration that gets us to what we think is the right thing for that market segment.
Super. Thank you, Ruben.
Sorry, Catherine, just a quick follow-up for Ruben. So, I'm thinking of, and I'm sure again, looking for real experiences from light duty, especially now that you have, 250 kilowatt chargers going up to service that space. The retail or opportunity charging market for commercial vehicles is, probably going to be, in all likelihood, let's say afternoons, typically high consumption periods for electricity, fairly high charging standards. If you're going to have a retail location, it's going to have to be, a fairly significant charging speed. But, in the early days, just a high level of unpredictability as far as, what load is actually going to be delivered to that site. And so, again, I think the question I was after is there any experience in the light duty space that says how, let's say, lower utilized, but, fairly high capacity charging, like what that does to the rates in that specific class? Is there any experience from, the past 5 years as the higher capacity light duty charging has gone up?
So I can't speak unless you have specific locations that you're looking at, Chris. I could probably look into them, but I'll tell you for what you're describing, I think the reason behind why we, at least at SE, have adopted an all Mcgee structure to EV charging rates, and we call it a demand charge holiday. And in our 2021 GRC, we've also asked for an extension of those all energy rates, is because of what you're describing in situations as you described. From a cost standpoint, we feel that an all energy rate structure would be most beneficial to the customer. We also think from a standpoint of the infrastructure needed to support that, a lot of that infrastructure discussion is happening in the charge ready space. So as you balance infrastructures, and I'm guessing your particular examples will have technology installed as well to reduce or manage load on the grid. So I think that technology, the investment components through Charge Ready, as well as the all energy rate structure, should keep customers in that particular segment relatively well placed as it compares to similar customers in the broader class as this group transitions. It's for the reasons you're describing that we went with an all energy rate structure at SCE with and not impose demand charges on particular sites with that kind of charging profile.
Ruben, this is Philipp. Hi.
Hi, Philipp. Good to
how
see
are
you.
You too.
Good.
So because this is a demand charge holiday, it sounds like those demand charges will start being phased in over time. Is the anticipation that those demand charges will be applied to all customers that have previously been on the holiday, and so will impact all of these public charging stations over time, or would it only then apply to new public charging stations that come on after the imposition of the new demand charge rates?
So the demand charge holiday, Philippe, was intended as a market transition structure. So it's kind of like the whole class will move in unison, or the whole subgroup of customers will move in unison. It's not like, at the end of the 5 years, you're suddenly just going to peak to a business as usual demand structure. The way we fashion it is we've asked for a 2-year extension also at the CPUC to allow the market to transition. But the original intent was, hey, 5 years, we'll let the market transition, we'll feel our way through, no demand charges, so that the cost imposed, the punitive impact of demand charges is not exaggerated to these customers with lower load factors. And then after the 5-year period, our intent was to linearly progress to reach a full level of demand charge at the end of year 10. So it was kind of like the entire market would progress on this linear trend.
And so the implication of that is that for these public charging stations, if they don't go and increase the amount of utilization of those fueling stations, they will likely see ultimately higher average electricity prices as a result, because they have that low capacity factor and are paying a fixed demand charge associated with that.
Right. The hope is that technology optimization at that particular site would have learned along the way to manage what these load factors would look like. So the hope is that you would manage utilization and charging profiles in a manner that optimizes the impact of rates. But we're well aware that there's a fine line that is drawn in terms of the balance between how much you can optimize and how that optimization affects waiting times. And so we're cognizant of that, which is why we're always in this wait and see, let's learn, and then look at the prospect of, if we have to go back to the commission and ask for an extension, which is what we have done, we do so based on our learnings and the feedback we get from industry.
Right. And so the implication then is, if those types of profiles don't get more smoothed out with demand itself, then there will have to be more investments made into, say, behind the meter energy storage in order to help smooth the visible demand to the grid relative to the actual demand from the chargers that the customers coming to charge will be providing.
And that would be fair, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Before we go to our next speaker, if there's another hand raised, I just wanted to see if any of the other representatives from the other utilities had anything to add here. And if not, we will move on to our next speaker, or our next question.
Yeah, this is Dean with Pacific Gas and Electric Company. So what Felipe was saying is absolutely true. If you have a low utilization but high throughput on the charger, right? You've got unpredictability as far as the use of that charger, right? So what we're looking for to help smooth out that load is predictability, and putting battery storage behind the meter will certainly help. It will lower that peak demand that's needed. And that's where the customers on their side can certainly help the utilities, because right now everything is real time as far as the electricity being provided. So having some sort of buffer on the customer side will certainly help the utilities and lower the charging rate.
Thank you, Dean.
So if I can add one point on that, we're seeing here that there's already costs associated with getting charging infrastructure in place to upgrade customer facilities where they can take service from the grid and have the additional load that these battery electric vehicles, medium heavy duty vehicles, will be drawing. Those vehicles on their own are equivalent to putting in new buildings, essentially, in terms of the amount of demand from the grid. But now what we're also hearing is that there's going to be incremental costs down the line associated with putting additional battery storage infrastructure in place to mitigate the impact that charging battery electric trucks will have on the grid. So for that reason, Nikola is very focused on the applicability of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, because they will not impose those types of incremental costs on the infrastructure side for our customers. Many customers ultimately are only leasing their properties, even fleets, large fleets. And so from that standpoint, it becomes challenging for them to make capital investments at these properties that they don't even own. And for that reason, we feel that there's going to be an important need for public fueling or charging infrastructure to help support the adoption of zero emission trucks. And we particularly feel that hydrogen fueling, because of the faster fill times, being able to get to a full tank of fuel being done in 20 minutes versus right now you're looking about 2 hours for a battery electric vehicle to get fully charged at a minimum, is going to be much more sustainable and economically feasible for truck operations, particularly in the cases where fleets may be trying to double shift their vehicles and don't have the available downtime to charge those vehicles for the entire night, let's say.
Thanks, Philipp. That's an interesting point. I think we have some more speakers ready to go. But before we go there, I just thought maybe we would give the opportunity, Philipp, since you kind of raised the hydrogen side of things and a point there, if there's anyone here on our panel who would like to say anything on that side, and then we'll go to our next raised hand. Okay. Okay.
Were you referring specifically to like fueling costs? I mean, I think we're talking about infrastructure later, right?
Yeah. When you were speaking about the hydrogen side of things, and just wanted to see if anybody wanted to add to that. But it sounds like I'm sure we'll have more opportunity. Why don't we go to our next panelist who has her hand raised?
All right, the next panelist is Drew Colvin. Drew.
Well, good afternoon or good morning, wherever you are. So I'm Drew Colvin. I'm with Penske. I head up our fuels and facility services team. So we have, I don't know, somewhere around 600, maybe 700 or so alternative fuel vehicles that we operate in the US, all over the place. And it's natural gas, battery electric, hybrid, all sorts of vehicles. Specifically in California, we have, excuse me, I want to say probably about maybe 80 or so battery electric vehicles, and one, maybe two hydrogen fuel cell vehicles that we maintain for our customers. And so a portion of those battery electric vehicles, we invested in charging infrastructure at 6 of our facilities in Southern California. And those facilities span 3 different utilities. Some of those utilities have a special EV rate and some of them don't. And believe me, when you look at the cost comparison, you can tell which ones don't. But even the ones that do have a special EV rate, it's still pretty salty. And when we look at it, we look at like the total bill, right? So all the fees and taxes and everything in there, what's the bill? So, we understand, right, the time of use charges and what's associated with that. So we actually installed a battery storage system in one of our locations to sort of experiment with, kind of the peak shaving. And there is an ROI, but it exceeds the warranty period of the battery. So, so there's a number of cost implications still, I think, with, the rates, the time of use, even the battery storage piece that, need to be worked out. Now, I will say that we do take advantage of the low carbon fuel standard program. There is one odd thing that nobody's really been able to explain to me, but we're not in the California program where you can buy your electricity from someone other than the utility. I know that program exists, and we have some of our locations in it, but not any of these 6. So we can't like source renewable energy from someone else. So we wanted to do renewable energy, so we have to buy credits to offset the energy that comes from the utility and goes into the electric vehicle chargers. But we have to buy 100% renewable energy credits to cover all of that electricity. And what I've never really understood is that I think California's grid is close to 40% renewable already. So it kind of feels like double counting that, we're spending more for these credits, and, you're already supplying us renewable energy. So, I mean, that's just a small thing that, I wanted to bring up. But, in terms of the rates, that I agree basically with, I understand what the challenges are associated with it, but I think somebody had said, we talked about utilization, and when it comes to, trucks, utilization is the name of the game, right? So, if a customer has to, get their vehicle back out on the road and they have to charge it when, the time of use rates are high, they're going to have to charge it, right? They have to service their customers and, use those vehicles, and they want to maximize the use. So, the more power that the trucks can accept and the more power that is available from, the charging equipment, right, the better, so that they can turn them. Somebody mentioned the, opportunity charging before. And we've seen that in our fleet. We actually have customers that, run pieces of equipment out of one location, but they make deliveries where we have another location that has, vehicles or chargers available. So they will pull in there, and, driver will take a lunch break or do paperwork or whatever, and, put on an extra couple of miles. So, so I think, the conversation here is very healthy. And there's a lot of things that, need to be talked through. If there was one way to, somebody talked about, predictability, right? If we could just figure out a way to smooth it out and, ensure that, there was, some sort of a credit program to help offset some of the costs, which it does today, for a long period of time, I think that would address a lot of the, angst that, fleets have with adopting electric vehicles, or eventually when they have to adopt them.
Thank you, Drew.
You're welcome.
All right, next we'll hear from Janet. Janet?
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Janet Wittick with the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. And I want to thank you for letting me be part of this conversation today. And in thinking about it, I want to step back a little bit and reflect on, if we think about the issues of cost and funding for infrastructure for the fleets and facilities who need to do the transition to zero, I have to say, well, this is a very rich and I agree healthy discussion. There are so many issues to tackle, and this is kind of just scratching at the surface of it. And I also appreciate that there's been some attempts to make a distinction between what might be kind of the system cost of building out the infrastructure and then the fleet cost, and that the fleet costs are also divided, as Michael pointed out, between the infrastructure and the fueling. And there's so much involved to unpack all of it. And it made me think of how Tyson started us off in talking about the need for some sort of collective learning. And while these work group meetings have been incredibly valuable to so many of us, I think we need some sort of ongoing ability to really draw lessons learned from all of the pilots and the experiences of folks like Penske and others who are really at the forefront and putting the investments in, but learning a lot. And the fleets that don't have those resources or haven't started down this pathway, they really need help to educate themselves about how to get started, how to deal with all of these hugely complex issues. I think that we can do more to be leveraging the pilots and a lot of the grant information as well. Super important. One of the things too that's been on my mind is the recent CalSTART study that came out, I think in December, where some of the factors that are going to influence how fleets make their plans are actually the durability and reliability of the equipment and the vehicles themselves. We've heard at previous meetings that there's a lot of questions around the durability of the chargers and the cost of the real cost, including the civil work that goes into infrastructure on site at depot, let alone the public station issues, which are hugely challenging. But one thing that was very striking to me about the CalSTART study was this notion that 60% of the battery electric vehicles are already non-operational in California. That is a staggering number. And this goes to the idea about the need to share these lessons, because if you assume a certain amount of reliability and it's not going to be there, then all of your costs go out the window anyways. And they're much, much higher than what we're talking about even today. The other thing I want to step back and think about kind of in the long-term process as we develop the California programs is what all of this conversation actually means. And in that, I'm thinking about how is CARB going to assess cost effectiveness, especially for the Advanced Clean Fleets rule? What factors are going to be considered? How is all of this conversation actually going to inform rule design, and where we can continue to have these really robust conversations about that? Because we don't want all of this to go into a vacuum and not come out and see a really well-designed, effective rule that the rest of us are going to be able to implement. And finally, just quickly, I want to throw out another issue around the on-site battery storage or backup power. And we need to be factoring in the cost for the providers of essential public services. So it's not just load management and peak shaving. They also need that reliability in emergencies for essential services and critical infrastructure. And some of the examples of like Mr. Colvin from Penske talking about the ROI, even from a load management point of view, doesn't pencil out until after the battery warranty is expired. When you're looking at the amount of backup power needed for an emergency situation, those numbers get really big, really, really fast. So something to flag for further consideration, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Janet. I wanted to invite Paul from ACF to respond to Janet's comments there. Paul, if you're willing.
Sure, I can kind of take a first stab, but I think we agree that there's a lot of uncertainty. We are trying to figure out like how to go into this. I guess, Jay, what specific points do you think would be most helpful to hear from me about?
Oh, I know, and I threw out a lot right there. And maybe it's the follow-up discussion, because I think all of us could go do a lessons learned even for your TCO analysis and draw on what we learned from these work group meetings and see how that's influencing it. But I mean, have you, maybe if I could pick one, how are you guys going to approach the cost effectiveness side of it for infrastructure for ACF? Or when can we start to have that conversation?
That's a good question. I think broadly, when we look at rulemakings, cost effectiveness means a few things. Like when we're looking at a rule like advanced clean fleets, we always try to look at what the cost effectiveness or cost benefit is, and that's kind of done at a statewide basis. So when looking at ACF, we try to figure out what an average infrastructure cost would be and evaluate, I guess, average cost statewide, including infrastructure, and evaluate it that way. So look at all the costs and what an average fleet would see or average across the state, look at the benefits, and then compare the two and then calculate the cost effectiveness and cost benefit. But we do see that with advanced clean fleets, there is a lot more variability just from a fleet to fleet basis, and there's just so many different types of fleets out there. So what I think we are planning to do is we do want to do a lot more fleet examples, like what would the cost to a typical fleet be in a number of different situations. And we also want to do a number of sensitivity analyses where we look at what the cost might be under a couple different situations. And we've heard a lot of things over the previous work groups in terms of backup power generation and fuel pricing and a few of these other things. So those are some of the things we want to look into. I think we're still evaluating what's going to come next. I think we do want to do some workshop, or I think that's might be something we can have a future conversation on. But I think there's still more room for discussion here, and we wanted to have it with you and everyone else. But that's just kind of how we're looking at it at this point. Does that help out at all?
It does, and I know it's a big topic to start to unpack. In my mind, though, it's an interesting rule because it is technology forcing in a lot of ways, or it's technology uncertainty because it goes out for so long. And ultimately, some of those fleet costs are going to need to be factored in to what the CARB mandate is and what is considered commercially available. And there's a lot of detail there. Like, are we talking one-to-one replacement? Are the matching to the duty cycles? And those are all kind of separate from the discussion we're having today about rate design and hydrogen supplies and hydrogen costs. I mean, there's just a lot there to unpack. And there's some of this is also just a process question of how do we keep this conversation alive and going, and ultimately tie it back to the rule.
Yeah, and Janet, this is Craig. Thanks for your comments, and you've got a lot of very important points and issues you brought up. I do want to add one more comment that, to kind of build on what Paul was talking about. There are costs associated with this regulation. There's also cost of not doing any action, right? There is a cost with hospitalizations and illnesses and deaths associated with the operation of trucks today. So and it's also a social cost of carbon that we have to include in our analysis. So there's a balance between making sure that we get the right trucks on the road to reduce those social costs and those health benefits that we need to bring along with us. And you did talk a little bit about the reliability of trucks. But this workshop is focused on infrastructure, so I'll just point real quick. We do have an advanced clean trucks regulation that will require manufacturers to bring these the whole variety of trucks that they manufacture today in a zero emission form, whether it's a battery electric or fuel cell electric. Those trucks are already here, and more are coming. So we fully expect the reliability to improve much greater than we see today. And the fact that we're holding these infrastructure work group meetings does point to the fact that we are listening. We have a comment docket available, so please submit your comments. Your voice is heard, and we'll take all of these comments into consideration for the ACF rulemaking.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
This is Lisa with the San Diego Airport Parking Company. I think this is a great conversation. You're right. These are things that that we do need to learn about. And I can speak from being in this space since 2015, having half of our fleet 100% electric and having a terrible experience. Those were early adoption experiences, but certainly an opportunity to kind of understand what we don't understand today as it relates to the reliability, which can be impacted as it relates to keeping the vehicles on the road, and even your cost savings from rate design. And I'll give you one just quick example. On Monday and Tuesday this week, I took this class 4 shuttle and I drove it from Rancho Cucamonga to Porterville. Porterville is going towards Bakersfield and Fresno, a 200-mile journey. Stopped along the way and charged for about an hour and did the same thing coming back. Each route, I ended up with about 40% state of charge. The vehicle only has a 150-mile range. The bottom line is there's a lot to learn when it comes to this type of technology. It's really designed to be more efficient than what's typically the advertised range, but that could be changed by the behaviors associated with the drivers. So getting back to charging is kind of what I would like to kind of share right now is, I heard Nikola say there's a 50% fuel savings. There really is a 50% fuel savings, even if you just get started on a small portion of your fleet. Many of the IOU programs right now have medium heavy duty budgets that have available funding to help support your infrastructure. Even from the water district can get involved in those programs, and they provide all your infrastructure up front. It can be a turnkey solution on the construction side. You'd have to bring your own charging infrastructure and pay for that. On the renewable side, you can get an additional 20 to 40% savings on your low carbon fuel standard credits, which would pretty much produce a revenue credit. What I will say on the public charging, I think when Chris brought up the public charging, I think one of the things that this type of access, bottom line, is creating a double amount of cost per kilowatt hour. This is, the retail that the stations have designed. And when I charged on Monday and Tuesday, I paid 43 cents a kilowatt hour. We're paying 22 cents, 21 cents here in SDG in these pilot project. So there's a lot to learn on the profiling side. What we learned from 2015 compared to relaunching a new fleet with DC fast charging is that fast charging allowed us to be 100% off the grid. It allowed us a lot of flexibility. So there's a lot of profiling that with your own fleet, based on experience, you can really predict more than what you know today. It really just takes experience. And that would be my best takeaway, to say that I was very active in many of the work group meetings and the proceedings at CPUC. And I shared our poor lessons and struggles that we had. And now that we have fast charging and a good rate, we couldn't be happier. So I'd say just getting a small part of your fleet started will be the best lessons learned that all of us can have, because it's hard to understand this information. And just thank you for having this meeting today.
Thank you, Lisa.
All right, next up is Jack Simmington.
Hi, my name is Jack Simmington. I am a program manager for the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator. I wanted to talk about a couple of things. One, on the LCFS credits, it's a kind of a comment and then a question to CARB, and that is that, I think in my experience and from what I've spoken with a lot of fleets about is, who gets to claim that LCFS credits is a rightful point of contention, given how valuable it is. And I think there's a thought among fleets that they're the ones with the trucks, and those credits would not be generated without them and their trucks. So it goes to follow that they need to be benefiting from those credits. And if not benefiting from it, they need to at least be very aware that they're there. So they understand that the leverage they have in negotiating with energy service providers or whoever might own the meter or kind of own that account to claim the credits. So I'd be curious to know if CARB has any recommendations for how to kind of structure that relationship between property owner, charger owner, and fleet, and how to better kind of empower fleets with the knowledge of LCFS credits and their worth, so that fleets, when getting into contracting, can be appropriately informed and get the value that they deserve. The one other kind of small point that I would like to make regarding Chris Shimoda's earlier comment about public charging, opportunity charging on the road once you get outside of the depot. It certainly is a tricky prospect that really hasn't been well addressed yet, but I would say that there are fueling providers like truck stops who see this coming, who are starting to prepare, and the way that you have relationships with your Loves or your Pilot or your Travel Center of America, and you have those fuel cards, that type of relationship where if you know that a truck is coming back to one of the stations in your network and with some regularity, you'll likely be able to provide a consistent fueling rate, even if you're at different stations across the state. And I would say that there is, I believe, 1 or 2 different Energy Commission grants that are likely working in this direction. They involve Travel Center America or some other truck stop fueling providers. And so I would certainly pay attention to those projects. But certainly I would be interested to hear CARB's take on the LCFS question and how fleets can ensure that they're properly informed about the value of LCFS credits so that they can really have that hit their bottom line.
Yeah, Jacob, would you mind speaking to Jack's question?
Yes, for sure. That's a good question, Jack. I think one thing that if fleets are interested, we have tools that would be able to determine basically the amount of LCFS credit value that are being captured by the charging equipment owner. And so I will post in the chat here an LCFS credit calculator, and I can walk through that. If you send me an email, I can walk through that with you or any of your stakeholders that are interested in learning about what the actual value is that are being claimed by the owner of the charging equipment. And so you can use that information, and it's something that there are a couple of factors that are updated annually based upon the grid carbon intensity, which I will go and address some of the Drew's questions about that as well. But that's a way that you can determine what the actual value that people are getting out of the LCFS, and so you can make that calculation in terms of doing that negotiation on your end, so there's transparency. I think that one thing that you bringing up an interesting point that I think that we might have to be involved with our next rulemaking is to have some sort of transparency of the LCFS credit value for that is being or some sort of average value for how it is being reported. And I think that can be something that can be discussed as we go into our next rulemaking, which we are in that process. So I encourage you and your stakeholders to participate in that rulemaking process. And if you don't mind, I would like to make a point about that Drew and Philipp have made regarding the LCFS and the grid carbon intensity, as well as the use of RECs. So the California grid carbon intensity is updated annually based upon the CEC's total systems operation data, and so that takes into account all renewables that are added to the grid at a certain period of time. Alongside that, we also update a smart charging table, which has differential carbon intensities for each hour of the year. That is calculated based upon the avoided cost calculator. So if you look at that updated table, you'll see many hours where the carbon intensity is 0 for those hours. And so that would take into account the amount of renewables that are on the grid. The requirement to have additional RECs be retired to ensure 0 carbon intensity electricity is the same as it would be if you were operating under a green tariff or other electricity rate that was supplying you with 0 carbon intensity electricity. The LCFS requires that additional RECs that are guarantees that the electricity that you are being supplying, even though there's a flexible balancing period for that, that the electricity that is being supplied is 0 carbon intensity electricity, which may or may not be the case in the hour or 5-minute period where the charging event happens.
Jacob, if I can just respond to that, I think what Drew and I were observing is that there's no credit given to the baseline of renewables that exist in the grid CI. And so if you're going to go above and beyond the amount of renewables that currently exists on the grid, you have to do it all the way from 0 renewables up to whatever level you want to achieve, as opposed to starting at the level that the grid is currently at and only procuring the incremental amount of renewables that you need for, say, an annual basis to be compliant, or in the case of LCFS, the 3 calendar quarters.
Yes, I think that's understood. I think that the LCFS design for the smart charging table was to be used either as using the smart charging electricity table, so taking into account the differential CIs based upon the different hours of the year, or basically as a load shifting move, or to use the full renewable or 0 CI electricity pathway to procure additional RECs. The intention is to create additionality within the regulation, but I think that with the balancing period that does exist, and the amount of uptake that has occurred of electricity. So for example, over 95% of dispensed non-residential electricity is using low CI RECs. It seems like that it's not a barrier or a significant, that people are getting more LCFS value from using that than they are from the additional cost of procuring the RECs.
Yeah, I don't dispute that. I think that the economics still justify buying the RECs. It's a matter of principle, I think, however, in that you have to go and double count. Like if the grid had to 100% CI, let's say, but you needed for LCFS to be 100% green, or let's say the grid was 90% CI and then 90% renewable, and you wanted to be at 100%, you wouldn't be able to procure 10% of your demand with RECs. You'd have to go and procure 100% RECs independently. Right. In order to meet that 100% threshold, and you don't get any credit towards the existing 90% on the grid.
Right, but the 90% that exists on the grid would be reflected in the carbon intensity of the electricity itself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is a big deal right now, but remember, we're talking about commodities here, right? RECs are traded, the LCFS is a market, right? Electricity is a market, so you know, things can happen with those markets and it can get upset pretty quickly. So it's just another one of those cost factors that I think needs to be put in this, you know, equation, part of the discussions, right? Whatever ends up from kind of what Janet was alluding to in terms of, you know, right, you know, talk is cheap, right? We got to do something about it. So, you know, I mean, I think it's something worth, you know, putting on the parking lot at some point. But, you know, there's some, I think, bigger issues in terms of, you know, the rates and those and how those are structured that probably should be tackled first.
I would agree. I think there's also even in LCFS, I think there's bigger issues to be tackled right now. But I do think it is something that should be on the radar, particularly as the state continues to increase the amount of renewable penetration on the grid, looking at how much incremental cost and overbuilding of renewables is happening because commercial industrial customers are trying to get to 0 CI for the LCFS program. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Jacob, we're not quite done with you yet. I just wanted to read one point. Bruce Abernathy from VTA said a minor change to the guidelines from operator to provider would resolve the increasing conflicts in who the LCFS credit belongs to. So just wanted to raise that. And then Nico from the California Fuel Cell Partnership had a question around what's the sunset date for LCFS and the credits, and how does the LCFS timeline align with the ACT and ACF timeline?
Great. Yeah. So Bruce's question is regarding the fixed guideway systems, where that's the particularity of how the fixed guideway portion was written, and that's something that we can discuss as part of the rulemaking process. Regarding the timelines of the LCFS program, the regulation does not end. Currently, the standard is set until 2030, but after 2030, it would continue at the 2030 standard. However, we're entering a rulemaking process right now where it's likely that the standard will be strengthened and go beyond 2030 in terms of its targets. But there is no end date for the LCFS program.
Thanks, Jacob. All right. Okay, I see we have just about 8 minutes left in our time here. So let's get back to, I think we have a couple more folks who have their hands raised. Andrea, is that?
Yes, we do. So our next panelist will be Matthew.
Yes, hello, my name is Matthew Smith. I'm with Navistar. We're a manufacturer of class 5 through 8 trucks and school buses and commercial buses as well. And my apologies, I wasn't able to join earlier, but I'm thankful that the panel that we have on here is eminently qualified. I just wanted to drop a couple of points in this as that I'm sure that have been touched on. We're very concerned about the access to public charging and that it's widespread and commercially, I want to say, available and at a price point that is sustainable. I know there are a number of small fleet operators that are leasing their property for storage of the vehicles. It may not be available for infrastructure upgrades because, again, their ability to basically control what their leaseholder basically is willing to accommodate. I think another point that's really important as an OEM truck and bus and engine manufacturer, one of the greatest, I think, advantages to a lot of this, one of the biggest lessons can be learned, is standardization of hardware, standardization of permitting in the state of California. If it was possible to get one or more commonized designs that are appropriate for all the major utilities that everybody can agree upon and everybody can build to, that may help accelerate some of the transit process, if you will, through the local municipal permitting agencies and land use approvers. I think that's an incredibly important accelerant to cutting down some of the months required to install infrastructure. The other one, I know we talked about placement of infrastructure. That's another great concern, is that we need more knowledge on how and where to place some of these larger either public or private charging infrastructure locations, just to make sure that we're putting the electricity in the right spot at the right time. Similarly, with the combined regulations between ACT, ACF, the South Coast ISR, placing chargers at origin destination pairs, whether they're at the warehouse distribution facilities, and prioritizing access to opportunity charging is going to be very important. If there's anything we can do to help accelerate some of that, I think it'd be extraordinarily valuable for that. But the other big point that I know we're all struggling with is the emphasis on interoperability. I mean, we can put chargers everywhere, but if they're not, I want to say, functional across a broad variety of platforms and functionally up and capable of providing that power, it's really going to be a tremendous limitation. So the other one I think is really important is, again, sharing information across the various utilities and permitting agencies and making sure everyone is building or working together.
Yeah, I would agree, Matthew. I just to jump in with maybe some real world experience here. So I agree with you on that interoperability piece 100%. that's a big struggle that we face right now in terms of repeatable and reliable charging, the communication between the vehicle and the charging equipment to initiate and complete a successful charge. It's something that's we have been working on since we started putting the equipment in, and we've seen it across. We've got 4, maybe 5 different OEMs, and then you've got they've got different battery management systems on those trucks, and we've got 3 different OEM manufacturers of the charging equipment. So it's like herding cats, trying to get everybody together to figure out what the what to do. We've made strides in it, but it's all electronic, right? So it's got software on it, and software gets updated. So when you do an update, it tends to cause issues with the charging, whether you do it on the charger or whether you do it on the truck. A lot of the equipment OEMs are bringing the vehicles into labs to sort of test them out and tune them prior to releasing them out in the wild, which is good. I don't know how sustainable that is once the ACT rule kicks in, and eventually the ACF, and you've got all these different vintages of equipment, and then the OEMs like Matthew and Navis, they're going to just keep improving the stuff, right? So I think that's while it doesn't fall under the rates issue or that we were talking about earlier, it's definitely something that whenever we have a chance to talk to somebody about it, we want to talk about it, because it's something that I think needs to be addressed, or we think that needs to be addressed.
I chime in here for a second. I know we're running out of time really pretty quick on this, but that interoperability question is probably a lot more depth than what we can get into at this meeting. However, I know that in our rulemaking process, we do look at that in some form or another. What is an eligible truck to earn credits in the Advanced Clean Truck Rule, and that kind of thing. And so I was wondering if maybe Craig or Paul from the ACF ACT team could speak to how interoperability plays in to compliance with these rules, or is this just a completely different topic that needs to be taken up on a different, because the concerns are valid, but I was just wondering if there were some high level replies you could make to that.
I guess I can start. I think at the moment we don't have any, we're currently not proposing any interoperability standards within ACF, just because it seems like a lot of the standards haven't been developed. And we know that Charon is developing the high power megawatt charging system and so on. That is something we are looking at, though. We do know that CARB has in the past required charging standards specifically. And we are watching this develop. And I guess that's something that more feedback would be appreciated on, just what is this an area that we should step in on, attempt to have a new standard focused, a new standard, or I guess letting the market decide is another way, but just what would be the best way to approach this, since we can require something, and is that the best approach in this situation?
So is it fair to say that through your comment docket, you would be accepting comments on this subject? I had posted it in the chat. I can repost the comment docket because I do definitely, we hear from a lot of angles this very same concern that we're hearing from Drew and Matthew and other OEMs. And I think it's important that it stays on the table. So I'm going to repost in the chat the link to the ACF comment docket. Thanks.
No problem. And that's a great option for we haven't heard too much feedback on this, but it's something that we can definitely start to get more engaged on.
And if I could just offer an additional closing comment on that particular subject. If utility providers and EVSE providers, again, local utilities, local permitted agencies can work together and standardize a package, if you will, it will greatly accelerate deployment. That's our greatest problem right now, is that to the point that was raised by Drew, interoperability is critical, but it's interoperability on all aspects, going from the plug backwards, substation, the tie-in between the property owner, access to and departure angles from individual chargers, and how do you design this system to basically accommodate both a Class 5 truck all the way up to a Class 8 truck. And again, if we can work on some of that, and I want to say agree upon a standardized approach, I think it would greatly accelerate and ease the pain a lot of fleets are experiencing right now, as far as both range anxiety, charger anxiety, et cetera. Thank you.
Well, someone just mentioned to me in our other chat that Matt and others on this subject on March 10th, we are going to be talking, continuing our discussion on electricity in the grid. And this would probably be a good time to visit that subject. I can see myself putting it on the agenda now. So thanks for raising it, and we'll continue the discussion.
And we can also entertain the idea of a further work group meeting just focused on that topic. I think that you've really brought up a really important and critical solution set that we need to be exploring. Thanks.
Mike, I know you had one other point here.
Yeah, to just really briefly jump in on 2 points that Matthew raised. The first one on the standards and interoperability issue. I do note that over at the Public Utilities Commission, they have a high DER rulemaking where they are going to be working on market signals for these very things. And we need to be thinking about not just where does the grid need the signals, but all of these trucks are going to be brand new demand. And so the past is not going to be predictive of the future. And so we need to be thinking out where are we going to be headed with this? So we have to start creating both the standards and the market signals to be anticipating where the trucks are going to be, not where current electric load is currently present. And on that point, as we are thinking about both the rates and then the infrastructure deployment, something that may be very obvious, but something I've heard from Matthew's response, and I guess I wanted to kind of clarify here, it's not about getting the grid ready by itself. It's about how do we reduce the overall amount of pollution that the state is facing. Trucks are the single largest source of both greenhouse gas and local air pollution that are out there. How do we know that, unlike traditional cars, they cluster, they have transit corridors, they have warehouses, and we need to be able to put the charging where we are going to have the most impact. And that is not necessarily showing up where the electric grid is currently functioning. So we need to be able to be a little bit more innovative on where and how we deploy this infrastructure. So that way we're actually being able to, as a metric, reducing the emissions that are associated, and then get the electric grid ready for it, even if it might not be the most grid constrained area at the moment, sort of knowing that new load is going to be showing up. So yeah, anyways, thank you all for hosting a really great conversation on this.
Michael, I'm glad you brought that up, because I have a question to the CARB team, and it aligns with what Michael just said around putting the infrastructure where the trucks are. And I seem to remember we had to do some sort of a report that we had to basically take all of our trucks and all of our locations and list out GVW and average range and locations and that sort of thing. Is anybody looking at that to address what Michael just talked about? Because I think a lot of that stuff is there, isn't it?
Yeah, Drew, this is Craig. Yeah, absolutely. The large entity reporting information we got last year from the ACT regulation. is being looked at. We're in the process of sharing that with CEC, so that they have the tools and the information, the same information we have. We are also, we're aggregating the data. We're in the process of making that information available on our website. So it's there. We're looking at it, and we'll make what we can, from a business confidentiality standpoint. We'll make available what we can in an aggregated format so that you can see the same thing that we're seeing. But yeah, we are looking at that information, and it was very helpful.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure we weren't missing that. Thank you.
It looks like we're coming near the end of this subject, and we were hoping to pivot over to the next subject where we're talking about the costs of station development. But I see that Chris Shimoda's had his hand up for quite a while. So if this is a comment on the topic the previous topic, the cost of fuel, we're happy to entertain that, but we do need to kind of move on.
I think I've got a good segue into the next topic. I'll try to straddle both here. So, very glad that Jack brought up truck stops, because we actually did an analysis of whether or not you could just simply electrify truck stops to get to the needed charging capacity for the fleet. And so just I think this is going to go into how many sites we're going to need, the type of scale that some of these projects are going to be, and then relate to some of my earlier comments about, being concerned that the costs related to charge-ready programs, for instance, may not reflect, the total investments that are going to go into the infrastructure in the future. So we took a look at an actual pilot Flying J project and converted every parking spot to a 50 kilowatt charger for overnight charging for a Class 8 semi, and then converted the diesel fueling lanes to 200 to 350 kilowatt chargers. And basically what you find out is that pilot Flying J is roughly a 10 megawatt capacity project, so a fairly significant project from a load generation standpoint. And then we looked at the information available on the total number of truck stops and parking spaces that are accommodated by those locations in LA, Riverside, and San Bernardino County. What you find out is a third of those locations are actually out in Coachella and Barstow, and so are not going to be very helpful for the purpose of servicing at least the immediate LA metro area. But if you converted all of those spaces and then stations to electric, you get about 150 megawatts of slower charging capacity for overnight charging. And then up to, it's a little short of 100 megawatts of fast charging lanes. And as a comparison for scale, as far as what we're actually going to need to do, the port trucking fleet in Southern California, which is actually just a small fraction of the overall Class 8s that operate in Southern California, this is backed up by the Energy Commission's work for the analysis that they did as well, is going to generate over a megawatt of demand, just that over a gigawatt of demand, just that specific portion of the fleet. And so the uptake on this is, if you were to assume that these charging projects ideally would stay more in the 2 to 3 megawatt range, just to service the port trucks alone, we're in the let's call it 300 to 500 location range. And when you expand out to the fleet as a whole, you're talking about, potentially locations in the thousands. And so, with respect to, again, kind of tying this back to, we know what the rates look like, for instance, on a charge-ready project that probably has no upstream infrastructure involvement. You're really just dropping chargers, limited number of chargers at a location, and then delivering that rate. I do think that ARB staff does need to investigate what happens when, instead of these very low impact charging projects, we end up with thousands of very sizable projects where, according to information we got at the last work group, there's, almost no circuits. I mean, it's in the less than, 10% certainly, that are going to be able to accommodate those 2 to 3 megawatt projects. So we're going to have a lot of utility involvement, a lot of new infrastructure, transmission lines, substations being built. All of that is going to get baked into the rates that those customers pay. So, again, we're talking about a massive, massive build out to get the necessary infrastructure out there. A lot of it, as I think Philipp pointed out, even larger fleets are leasing land potentially. There's going to need to be a lot of non-depot customer-sided infrastructure out there to support the technology over the longer term. Thank you.
I'm sure you are ready and able to submit your comments to the docket. And so I'm sure they'll appreciate especially some of the analyses that you've done, and then some of the information you use to support your analysis. I think that would all be real valuable. Gia, are we closing out this session and moving on to the next?
Yep, I think that was everyone that had their hands raised now. So I think we can formally move into the next section, which is around reducing, I believe it's around reducing the cost of station development. So I'll hand it over to you, Leslie, or someone at CARB. I know you're going to moderate this session. Thank you, everybody, for a fruitful discussion.
Yep, I think that was me. So let me just pull my notes here. I'm going to be looking up here. Just give me a second. Okay, so we have been following, at least I know I certainly have been following the cost of and the time it takes to develop infrastructure, the cost that it takes. And we know that when things take a lot of time, that actually adds to the cost of developing infrastructure. There are just countless examples of that. So what I'd like to just share with you are my observations of how things have improved over the past few years and how I see that we still have a ways to go. And that's just to start the conversation, because we're basically going to just have me say a few words and then open it up to hear input and feedback from folks who actually have the experience in developing infrastructure, and then also fleets who've undergone similar experiences. So it'll be like everything, sort of more of a just an open forum discussion. So what we've seen over really just the last few years is that OEMs, the truck OEMs and bus OEMs have getting directly involved in helping the fleets with their infrastructure, starting with the early permitting and utility outreach, charger selection, working with all of the various providers of smart charging capabilities, and all of that, and just different forms of charging solutions, whether it be overhead wireless, wireless charging overhead, plugged in depot charging, fast charging, whole 9 yards. Things have really come a long way. And permitting officials have gained a lot more experience with ZEV infrastructure installations. They've benefited tremendously from all of the assistance we've been getting from the state through the Governor's Office of Business Development. And all of that should be reducing the time and the cost for the infrastructure installations. And then utilities have really staffed up internally to serve the increasing numbers of charging station installations. And so the response that folks are getting from their utilities has definitely improved over the years. And then the charging infrastructure design has gotten smarter, using smart charging, distributed energy resources like battery storage, and advanced load management technologies. Together, all these strategies are contributing to the solutions that can meet the needs of the fleet without over-designing the power requirements, and that will save costs in the long run and short run. But there's still areas for improvement. Permitting timelines are still too long, and vehicles are often ready to be delivered to the site before the infrastructure is completed. Equipment costs still need to come down, but we hope and do see this happening with increased production of the various components that go into a charging station or a hydrogen station. We've definitely seen that in the light duty realm, and we hope to see that in the heavy duty realm as well. And then we need standardization. Of course, that was brought up earlier, and that's a very important topic. And that means whether it's the plug, the nozzle, the pressure, or any form of the station to vehicle communication along the way. And also we need to beef up the supply chain of all parts and components, whether it's the infrastructure or everything that goes into building the vehicles. And we also need to build up our workforce. And there are lots of activities underway for all of this to happen, and that's because we see it as a real need. But we also, especially with workforce development, all of these things, these are challenges, but they're also really good opportunities for California to take that strong leadership role that we always have been taking when it comes to advancing ZEB technologies. So this is where I want to just sort of open it up, and we can raise your hand, hear from our panelists, share your experiences about what's working, what's not, and where improvements can be made, and maybe some examples on how you've overcome some of your challenges. So this is really on the topic of cost and time. So our event looks like he might want to share. And you're muted.
I was just praising you guys, but anyway, I'll say it again. I said it's really nice to be part of these conversations with this group. So much to learn and share and come up with the good rules so that works for the entire industry. You touched upon a lot of things. And one of the things, in addition to what my colleagues on the panel said earlier, is even though the utility is staffing up, one of the things that we have realized is some of our fleets, they're recognizing very quickly that having an energy storage system or solar panel, those are some very good ways to mitigate the reliance on the grid, also realize a positive TCO. This still takes 7 to 8 years, by the way. So we'll touch on that hopefully later, but those are all essential elements for their system to realize positive TCO. So what happens is they end up working with the utility or the permitting agency, not just for the level 2 chargers or the chargers for the medium duty, heavy duty, or the chargers for the yard tractors, but now there's solar panels, there's the energy storage system. And what we have found, several deployments that we have been doing, they end up working with different people in the utility. So one of the other things that maybe we can recommend or discuss is making sure that these utilities who are staffing up to serve these businesses, which these types of responses are going to only increase as fleets try to meet the ACT and ACF timelines, that they have a single point of contact. I think it's extremely critical that the account manager or whomever from the utility is dealing with a site, he or she ends up handling all parts of the project. So that way internally they can keep everything working like a well-oiled machine. So that is one thing that I want to say. The workforce development piece, I was going to raise it earlier, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because one of the things that we have noted is, in addition to the parts being delayed, the service parts and such, the number of trained staff who can go there quickly and do some troubleshooting, whether it's a charger, whether it's the truck, whether it's an electrical component that belongs to the utility. I think those are important things that need to change, and they need to be beefed up. I guess the important thing here is the subcontractors, we're seeing like a 2-week or a 3-week sort of turnaround, and that's just not going to work for the fleets, because they really need these things to happen overnight. So I think time is of essence here. The wheels aren't spinning, they're not making any money. So I think having that good group of trained technicians that can handle all these different areas, I think is going to be important. And again, chargers are made by different people, trucks are made by different people, the power lines and other systems, energy storage systems are potentially made by different people. So you're really looking at all these different entities, and a group of trained technicians who can actually solve it. Thank you.
While I wait for maybe a utility rep to respond to Arvin's request about that single point of contact, I think that's a real good one. I'll call on Teresa Cook just to share. You have your next hand raised.
Thanks, Leslie. Good afternoon, everybody. Teresa Cook on behalf of the California Hydrogen Coalition. I want to be respectful of the agenda, noting that this panel is about reduction in costs without bleeding too much into our post-lunch panel, which is a little bit about incentives and support mechanisms. So I'll just generally say we've done a lot of work with the Air Resources Board to encourage an expansion of the DC fast charger and heavy duty refueling infrastructure, or the existing light duty hydrogen refueling credit also exists for DC fast chargers, trying to expand that into the heavy duty space. Leslie, you mentioned also the costs of equipment needing to come down. I've recognized my work in the hydrogen space in the last couple of years. California has a number of very good manufacturing incentive programs, but unfortunately hydrogen equipment has had a difficult time qualifying for some of those benefits. So a space that we would like to partner with the state a little bit more on. I will say in California, the manufacturing footprint of this equipment is and needs to continue expanding. And I know we owe GoBiz a lot of credit for that help in getting those facilities underway. And I would say ultimately, as Gia pointed out, hydrogen is a numbers game. It's all about scale. And so when the industry is given very clear signals that there is a space and a place for us, it becomes much easier for these private companies to justify these investments. So, as an example, I see comments that come into the Air Board and CEC proceedings about, calls to defund hydrogen investments and that, we should exclusively kind of limit our funding to battery electric and move away from hydrogen. And so having a very clear signal from the stage that, both technologies belong here and we're making space for both of them, it's not one or the other, continues to probably be the biggest impact on, our ability to scale up, thus bringing down costs in the long run.
Thank you so much, Teresa. I guess we're just going to go down the line. Steve Ellis.
Hi, Leslie and Annalisa, and certainly the full team. Gia, appreciate it. So I'm with True Zero, and I certainly want to recognize the great leadership that the state has provided over the years, toward all ZEVs, and certainly with my newer role and hat with True Zero. Just looking at this, I'm very glad to see on this panel and hear that you've brought all the folks together. So I'm not sure if this is a four-legged stool of agencies between ARB, CEC, CPUC, and of course GoBiz, or if it's a three-legged stool that Gia is trying to keep upright. But either way, it's good to see that all parties are involved. And why I mention that is on the hydrogen stations, there are a lot of good lessons learned on the light duty side that can apply to heavy duty, certainly with CapEx and OpEx. I'm going to cover a couple of important aspects to that, but also go back a little bit, I think, on the fuel cost side. So we heard Michael talk about, all today in California, all utilities have a rate case for electric charging, and that seems to be has occurred over time and standardized. And yet, Philipp mentioned, I would say specifically why, with higher costs of electrons in the state of California, decision to set production in Arizona. And of course, Drew with Penske made specific comments about some of these things. So as a recommendation, I would like to say that wherever electrons touch the molecule, the word hydrogen, that should be reviewed and assessed as to whether there are proper rates being applied for all aspects of the word hydrogen. So whether it's at the production level, whether it's at the station level, we often heard the term, for compression, but it goes far beyond that. It's just where there's the connectivity of a station to the grid. Those things matter. That affects the OpEx, and that does transcend to the cost of the fuel, the cost of the energy for the ZEV. And that would apply whether it's light duty, heavy duty, everywhere along the chain. The policies of certainly the AB8 in the past and specifically today, LCFS matters a lot also when it comes to those issues. For the CapEx side, I think, hearing discussions about manufacturing credits or credits that could apply to advancing improvements, even facility improvements, facility upgrades that may be needed. For example, on our side, we invested in an entire machine shop and came to conclusions that where there are some supply chain challenges, which we have seen for a variety of reasons, which includes COVID and overseas shipment, we've concluded that, hey, if we can't get it in a timely manner, we'll make it ourselves. Those type of things can make a big difference. And then I think the human resource side of it, we still face challenges with hiring good people. Apprentice programs could be valuable in some form of incentive to put people on board to support construction maintenance of the infrastructure can go a long way. So I'll leave it at that. We'll have other opportunities to cover other topics.
This
Thanks.
is a good time for me to interject because I think there's a few great topics that have brought up and I didn't want to just leave them off the table. Let's start with Dean. The first one that was brought up by Arvin was regarding having maybe a single POC at the utility to help fleets and others just navigate their way towards installing charging infrastructure. And maybe you can also speak to anything else that came up that might be very directly related to the utilities. So I'll let you chime in now. Thanks,
Sure.
Dean.
So thank you for the question. When it comes to our larger customers, these are the ones that are using our power or natural gas. We do have assigned account reps to them. And these account reps are the first line of entry. It's a nice, easy path into PG&E, but do they handle all of the customer's requests to the very end? No, they're there making sure that the customer is getting service taken care of. Their questions are being answered quickly and efficiently. I don't think you would want that single point of contact to do all the jobs at a utility. It'd be like asking a truck driver to also design the truck, right? You're probably not going to get a very good truck if a truck driver is designing it. You're going to want to bring in people that are specialized in materials and engineering and things like that. And so that's how we handle it too. We do have a single point of contact for our large customers, but then there is a handoff, right, within PG&E to the specialized fields. But that point of contact remains with the customer and is observing all of the work that's taking place. So I hope that helps answer your question.
Could I please react to Dean's comment? Hey, Dean, good to see you again. Yeah, thanks for that comment. I completely agree with what you're saying. I'm just kind of putting myself in the customer's shoes where I have that point of contact and I'm not expecting he or she to do everything. But if I could sort of speak out of line and insist that it's this person's responsibility from a customer standpoint to keep the train moving, running on time. And I think, just to embellish what I had said earlier, I think it's imperative that this point of contact, to your point, is aware of the entire process, the different touch points internally within the utility agency, but also make sure that things are not slipping through the cracks, things are being done on time. Some of the things, just to sort of mitigate the lead times, could be just bringing everybody in the utility team. There's probably a team handling solar projects, handling level 2 charger projects, and whatever else. We just need this point of contact internally to kind of face the utility inwards, look inwards and say, guys, this site is going to have all these components, and so let's start looking at it together. I don't know if that thing is happening today or not, because what we have experienced, again, from a fleet perspective, is one thing happens and it ends, and then another thing starts somewhere else in the department. The point of contact has not been informed, and oftentimes it sort of slips through the cracks. It starts sort of stagnating, and then we have to pretty much go and start the clock all over again. So I guess the single point of contact, the role has to be very clear, like understanding what is the scope of the project, making sure that it's his or her responsibility within the utility to bring the different businesses, or at least let them know that this is coming their way. I think this will really cut short time. And also the customer will be in the loop in terms of, that's what's happening. Okay, that's coming up next, and things of that sort. I think that amount of transparency and coordination is imperative if we have to meet these timelines.
So I'm going to just interject for a second. What I think Arvind is saying is this is just a point of improvement. I don't think he's asking anybody, one person, to be an expert in everything. So it's just sort of like a way to streamline within the utilities is kind of what our fleet customers are looking for. But anyway, go ahead, Dean.
So I agree with you. That point of contact, they should know what's going on throughout the process, and to be the customer's advocate to keep things moving along. One of the key things that I found working with customers is to provide transparency and to set expectations so they understand when there are key milestones, when there's dependencies, but to set a time frame up front that the customer understands this is going to take 30 days to 45 days. So they have that window of when they expect the next thing to happen, right? And on the inside, when we start to hit that 30-day mark, the hair should be standing up on the person's neck saying, hey, I should be getting an answer soon. Where are we? And start pinging that group to understand, and then convey that information back to the customer, right? So that way the customer's in the loop, we're providing transparency, but they also need to understand what are the challenges here and how can that customer help us get to a solution, right? Because that's what we want to do come the end of the day, is to provide that solution.
All right, I'd like to move on to the next hand raised. I believe, hey, Andrea, if I'm stepping out of line, I'm just going from the top of my page. So I just want to make sure I'm being fair. But the next person I have shown in the hand raise is Drew Cullen. I think that's right. Okay, yeah.
Hello again. So I wish I had some hydrogen fueling experience that we could impart onto you, but unfortunately we don't. We haven't installed any of that equipment. We've studied it. We've been to stations and looked them over, crawled all over them, that type of thing, but haven't really done it ourselves. So I can't really give you any experience on that. I think some of the things though that we learned on the battery electric vehicle charging side translate to the fuel cell side of things. In terms of equipment, I remember when we, were first planning to do the installs at these locations, and I went over to our controller and I asked her, I said, hey, I'm putting in this equipment, and what do you think about this? And she says, well, that's great. What do you depreciate? What time period do I depreciate it over? And I said, I don't know. This stuff has never been put in before, right? At a commercial, heavy duty, truck facility. And it kind of leads me to the, point about this is very new. And there's a tremendous amount of innovation that's going on, not just on the truck side, but on the EVSE side of things as well. And there's there's a balance that needs to be stricken between the all right, I gotta do this now, and then 2 years later you got to do a forklift upgrade, right? Because you got the next and best greatest thing that has kind of come along. So it's really challenging for fleets to kind of navigate through that. And I don't know what can be sort of what this group can really do. It's more of just a thing that we've found. I can say that in terms of some of the equipment that we're trying to get across the goal line, we're running into some trouble with getting funding for it because it is new and it's not listed on these various program lists that are out there, right? And we're struggling because we think, oh man, this stuff would be really good, we'd really like to put it in and try it out. It's really expensive because it's so new, and it's kind of a test for it, and we can't get it over the finish line because we're not on this particular list. Now luckily we're able to communicate that and talk to our utility partners like Dean at PG&E and our regulatory partners as well, and try and work through that. But in as much as there's the way to put flexibility into programs that are there to incentivize fleets to put in the infrastructure, I think that that's really, really important. And there's other costs other than like the capital investment of the equipment, right? It's the break fix, it's the O&M, the care and maintenance of the equipment itself, and then there's also all of the network type of stuff that goes over it that that adds to the cost as you go through it. So this is more of just just a kind of an explanation of our experience with all the different elements of it, and some of the challenges associated with that. A lot of the stuff is still being developed for commercial fleets right now. And I guess kind of going back to the utility discussion that we were having before, it all comes down to communication, right? I mean, we started very, very early in our discussions with the utilities to get a sense of where they were. I think the challenge that we may end up facing is I don't think this is really on a lot of fleets' radar screens right now, in terms of the infrastructure, and mostly because they've got so much other things on their plates right now, right? Driver shortages, fuel costs going up, supply chain issues, right? I mean, there's just like this perfect storm of stuff that is really, really distracting in being able to look, to the future for our customers. So, there's kind of a fear that, that I guess we have, that all this stuff is going to come all at once.
Yeah.
And
You've raised up
the poor, Dean is going to, he's going to do everything he can, but he's going to be like, oh, I can't do all of this,
I know.
And so it's something I think that this group needs to think about. And it goes back to what I said before, the the communication piece.
So Drew, you've raised like so many things. And and we really appreciate your perspective because it's super valuable. What I'd like to do, I just want to remind everybody, yes, your comments are valuable, but we're going to be wrapping up in an hour, and I want to make sure, and even an hour doesn't sound like a long time. It does sound like a long time, but it really, we go through it pretty quickly. But I was hoping I could call on Elizabeth John from the Energy Commission, because you've brought up, and others have brought up, some really important points about workforce training development. But not only that, about production of components, in-state production, beefing up production of the necessary components that are necessary for infrastructure. And then also, Drew, if I can paraphrase that well enough, I'd like to, before I bring Elizabeth on, I want to make sure that in the next session, we will be talking about the various funding mechanisms. And I just wanted to make sure we differentiate between what is commercial and what is not commercial. And there's a reason on the vehicle side of why we have commercial incentives, because those vehicles are legally able to sell. We can legally sell them and operate them on the roads in California because they have the executive order and they meet those requirements. I think I'd like to tee up at the 12:30 session what it is that is illegal, or maybe in this session, equipment, on the charging equipment or station equipment. Are there certain criteria that those equipment need to abide by to be funded through the various programs? So I think that might have been something as well, because you wanting to try something new and innovative, there can be some hurdles to that. And new and innovative technologies for charging and everything are typically something that we fund through our pilot and demonstration projects. And so we'll kind of tee up that discussion in the next session. But Elizabeth, I bombarded you with a few, so I'm going to let you chime in on what CEC has on those ancillary programs.
Yeah, absolutely. I've really appreciated the conversation this morning and hearing this input. And I think that the CEC can cover a number of different areas, and I'll make sure to talk in more detail in the next session about some of the things that we offer. But to speak to the newer technologies, we have in the past funded innovative solution solicitations. So, I'd love to have a conversation and a better understanding of what type of technologies you're looking into trying, and understand if we need to target different areas that maybe aren't yet, you haven't yet been able to get funding for. And then I'll quickly speak to both workforce training. I heard about that this morning. We do put a lot of effort into our workforce training and try to tie that really closely to our infrastructure funding. So comments there are very valuable. There is funding available, and making sure that the workforce is there to support the infrastructure will be very important. And then lastly, we do have some new manufacturing funding that I could talk more about in the next session that I think could also be valuable for some of the speakers on this call.
All right. I'd almost like to call on somebody that hasn't had an opportunity to speak yet today, and then I'll go back to the first of the list. Mike Mascalay.
Sure, I can jump in, so I get to cheat to the front of the line. Huh? That's good. All right, so let's see, a lot of discussions earlier, some also now that are relevant. Appreciate the time from everybody. For those of you who don't know what we do, we design to build, deploy wireless chargers for medium and heavy duty zero emissions vehicles, mostly trucks and buses. So commercial out there at 50 to 380 kilowatts, and we have a 500 kilowatt and a megawatt project under development. So let's see here. So Leslie, you wanted to talk about cost and time, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me talk a little bit about an example fleet that people are probably familiar with at AVTA. So Antelope Valley, Lancaster, Palmdale, it's a transit fleet. There are currently about 12 of the 250 kilowatt chargers deployed. Ultimately, there will be 15. There's about 50 battery electric buses going to about 80. So I throw it out there because I think it's a good example to talk about a successful fleet as well as the cost and time. So quickly on cost, to throw out some numbers. And this includes everything from design, permit, construction, installation, validation, and operation and maintenance. So total project cost is from what I understand, a little north of about 90 million. And time for this thing, we're about 90% complete, started about 4 years ago. Probably have about another half year to go. And it involves about 5 different transit hub locations. So it's a good example of something that's out there that we can all use as a benchmark. And if you look at the TCO, which a lot of people have talked about, the focus has been on overall cost savings of 12 years. What we estimated so far, and of course, these all change as the numbers come in based on some actual data and projections, is somewhere on the order of $12 to $15 million. And if you project forward, which we've done in the interest of sharing this with the broader community, if you did things like took advantage of some of the incentives, you also optimize the battery size and such, this could approach numbers on the order of about 30 million. And one other relevant point, somebody earlier mentioned something about a CalSTART report, which I haven't seen, talking about 60% of the battery electric buses, I think in California, were not in operation. So in this particular case, they all are in operation today and every day. So we watch those occasional issues, of course, just like any new technology, but they're all running. So it's a good data point to look to. And I had one more point I wanted to touch on really quickly. There was a lot of discussion about standards, and I really just throw this out there. So one of my other roles, it's a volunteer position, is I co-chair the heavy duty sub team for the wireless charging. So it's the SAE J2954. And there were discussions about issues with communications on vehicles amongst chargers and such. So I just want to mention there are also sub teams on communications, EMC, EMF, alignment, interoperability. And we are in the midst of a discussion that I think hits at the heart of what everybody's talking about. So we've put together a list of the different application classes, as we called them, and also use cases for both bus and truck. And the team is composed of 50, 60 people throughout the world. So this is intended to be a worldwide standard, which I think is great. And if you can imagine 50, 60 engineers in a room trying to make decisions, it's a little bit challenging, but we're making good progress. So very aware of the incompatibility concerns of some of the plug-in chargers that are out there right now, right? There's J1772, CHAdeMO, Tesla, and others, of course, at light duty. So our focus is to try to make as much progress as we can at addressing the interoperability concern through definition of these application classes and use cases that I mentioned. And our plan right now, it's a pretty aggressive goal, is to issue what's called a TIR, Technical Information Report, by March of 2022, so next month. And we're meeting several times a week to try to make this happen. So just wanted to offer that. Happy to entertain any questions if anybody has them.
Okay, thank you so much, Mike. That was a lot to digest. Matthew?
Thank you, Leslie. And forgive me. I put down Matthew, it's actually Matt. Anybody calls me Matthew, I figure I'm in trouble. So I hope to God I'm not in trouble. But I just want to build from
you can change your name on the Zoom screen.
Okay, I appreciate it. Once again, my name is Matt Smith. I'm with Navistar. And I just want to build on comments that Arvin made and Drew and also Michael here. You know, at this point, we've been talking about infrastructure, and it's not just concrete, it's not copper, it's not chips, it's not charge ports. There's more to infrastructure, and it's the softer side. It's the people of infrastructure. We're going to need a variety of people with skilled trades, carpenters, electricians, concrete masons. And all these basically trades pay very well and are going to be broadly needed. I think the other point is that we really need to start, and while I appreciate Elizabeth's comments about CEC getting engaged, I really think we need to get the Cal State UC and California Community College groups together to basically start building curricula, because quite frankly, if you're looking for a 2-year AA program on how to install, electric vehicle chargers, well, you better start right now, because ACT is coming live in 2024. And as an industry, my dealerships, we as an OEM don't have all the people that we need to work on high voltage systems and maintain these systems and develop systems that are sufficiently secure and robust against, cybersecurity intrusions. So, when we talk about infrastructure, there's a whole lot more to it, and it's not just the hardware, it's the software, and I'm talking to people, not just the ones and zeros. And also, we talk about single point of contact. As a certification engineer, the SPOC, single point of contact, is absolutely a key critical component to have. You need one person who can interface and interact with both the utility provider, the local construction company that's basically installing the product, as well as the customer, whether it's the OEM or it's the fleet operator. So there's a whole new world of what I would characterize as opportunity for those SPOCs, if you will, that will be coming online and helping in the infrastructure development. So thank you.
Point well taken, Matthew. And I'm hoping.
Matt, Leslie, I'm not in trouble, am I?
No, I mean, sorry, Matt. Your name on your screen's on you, buddy. Anyway, let's move on to Lisa. And you're another one who doesn't have her affiliation up there, but we know who you are. So maybe if you'd like to chime in on this subject. And also, and again, encourage everybody to keep your comments to the point. And then also, I'm sorry if I'm still talking here. I know, Lisa, yeah, you're unmuted, great. And then the focus, yes, on cost and timing and all of those nuances that you have experience with. And I know you've got a ton of experience on this, Lisa, so I will be quiet now.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this up. I think this is a great topic. At STAP, we were able to basically install both fleet infrastructure as well as customer infrastructure. We did both of these programs as an early adopter through the utility budget programs. I highly support that people just get involved. There's budget out there. Everything's on a first come, first served basis. On the operational needs and requirements, one of the things I think I'll say as a takeaway is that one of the things that concerns me, we're on a pilot program, so we're not paying the subscription fees and the maintenance fees. And, we're seeing on average on those DC chargers about, from what I understand, about $1,000 a year for each of those units and another $2,000 on maintenance costs. Those are just, monthly fees. We're not incurring those fees right now. So I just would love to table that as something to learn more about as fleets in small fleets and medium-sized fleets. It really does add up to the operational cost, and we'll have to wait to see what that turns out for us. But I wanted to flag that. As far as property and space requirements, I think this is where the fleets really, really need to engage, be a part of it. Don't just leave it for the utilities and for the general contractors to figure it out. Many of these people don't have the experience that you would hope they would. You have more experience than anybody on your fleet design that you would need. You need to be very open into understanding what your dwell time organically will be in a certain area. For example, at STAP, we did reshape our dwell time as far as loading and unloading, because we could theoretically design it in one area where we put the infrastructure, and we kind of made it like a lane so that we could literally just kind of drive through it. And then at the other end of it, we made another kind of depot area where we could stop also and unload and load. We could also park overnight. So your charging port length, the cable lengths, they're not well designed for medium heavy duty vehicles. Public charging space design is not charged at all for medium heavy duty. We need filters for if there's a garage height there, if there's a load on the turf area, if there's ingress, egress for medium heavy duty size vehicles. So space requirements is something where the fleets can really be helpful. But again, being very open and understanding that your new behavior that you're introducing with this technology is the behavior of stopping and charging. And the more that you can do that through an opportunity type of behavior, which is considered short charging cycles during the time that you may break or organically just stop and do nothing, you could literally introduce a charging program there. What we did is, as we got more experience, we basically realized with fast charging, when we introduced that in 2009. It was such a great success for us in terms of flexibility, getting 100% off of peak time if we chose to. And we just basically learned that from our utilization of miles traveled and our efficiency, what did each driver need to deliver? And we basically put out an alert of 30 minutes. Every driver, I don't care how you do it, every time you come on shift, you're going to give me 30 minutes of charging. Doesn't matter if you do it at the end, beginning, I don't care when you do it, just get it done. And so it really has created multiple times throughout the day. We're seeing 100% state of charge. And we, on average, drive 260 miles a day on a vehicle that does 150 miles. It's an easy route. It's fixed. And as far as delays and cost overruns, we were in a pilot project. It was finished. We had fast charging for the fleet, which were 2 fast chargers and about 10 customer chargers. And the whole program was probably finished in a little over about 1.5 years. And my lessons learned are really just for fleets to be actively involved and don't just leave it for the crew to come up with the designs. And thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Michael Colvin, or is that Mike? I got to make sure I say people's names right.
I'm a Michael and not a Mike. I got the Zoom right. Thanks, Leslie. 2 really brief points on thinking about cost. There's both the upfront hard infrastructure costs, and there's also the cost of time. And so understanding how to go about this is really critical here. I think one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is the need for marketing, education, and outreach, not just a single point of contact at the utility. The utility is going to do some part of this, absolutely, but they're not going to be selling the equipment. They're not going to have the financial incentive to get things done fast enough. And again, I think it goes back to customer segmentation of what is the customer profile that is being sold to, when and how, and especially for public charging, because most small fleets are not going to want to install their own dedicated chargers. They're just not. They don't have the space or the capital to do it. And so really doing the community engagement to figure out what is the right charging infrastructure. The exact same thing is true whether it's an electric vehicle charging or hydrogen charging or anything else. And I did want to underscore Teresa's point from earlier of, as we were thinking about cost supports, doing technology neutrality here is really critical because there are so many different types of costs that we are not going to be thinking about in our use cases. So the more that we have the principle of tech neutrality, the better. And then when we do the customer segmentation of here are the profiles, here are the charging needs of each of these profiles, now how do they all stack together? We can then think about for our third panel of now where are the barriers to entry and where can the cost supports go in to help get into this. The last thing that I'll put into the chat is that EDF has done some of this customer segmentation and done some of this looking at, well, where are the top barriers from a finance perspective for getting vehicles and the charging related equipment on the road. I'll put a link to our report and our total cost of ownership and electrification documents into the chat so that people can have it. Thanks so much for a great conversation.
Thank you so much, Michael. And I think your input is going to be valuable. I think I tease up some really good conversations in the next session when we start talking about the incentive programs out there, because especially with the Energize program, there is a big outreach component to that, because we are trying to reach, or that program is trying to reach this segment. And so I'm hoping that you're engaged in that process, and I'd like you to make sure that you are communicating with folks over in the Energize team, because I think more information we all have moving forward, the better.
Will do.
Go ahead. Okay.
No, we'll be happy to participate.
All right, Philipp.
Philippe,
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So as far as costs are concerned on the hydrogen fueling infrastructure side, obviously the industry is quite nascent at this point in terms of deploying heavy duty hydrogen fueling stations. But we anticipate that those costs are going to come down significantly as you see investment and technology development really take off. That's really dependent, though, however, upon the acceleration of demand and the availability of funding, which we can talk about later as it pertains to hydrogen fueling infrastructure. As far as cost specific to the deployment of public fueling stations, some of the key challenges that we're seeing right now are that while you can look to develop hydrogen fueling infrastructure with partners that may already have existing infrastructure, you encounter the challenges of how to make an economic business proposition work, where you can still have margin being shared by both parties, and that takes time to navigate. In our case, we're trying to move very quickly, and so we're also looking at greenfield site developments. But then you start encountering the challenges associated with the cost of land for public fueling infrastructure, particularly in the LA basin and other parts of densely populated California, especially considering what's taken place in recent couple of years in terms of real estate costs increasing significantly. So that's, I think, going to be a key challenge, not just for us on the hydrogen fueling infrastructure side, but also as it pertains to battery electric public charging infrastructure. And similarly, we'll be faced by fleets that have to go and purchase new land in order to satisfy on-site battery charging. We heard recently the JetC example where NFI had to go and procure another 4 acres in order to go deploy, I think it was 46 chargers to support their fleet of battery electric vehicles. And they were lucky that they were able to find space adjacent to their warehouse, but those are very expensive plots of land, particularly in the LA basin. So one thing that I would encourage us to all consider is like, what is the ultimate end-to-end cost associated with these different technologies? And how can we look at everything in a technology agnostic approach to figure out what will be the right balance of solutions? I don't think there's one solution that works better than another in terms of BEV or fuel cell. And we're demonstrating that in being an OEM on both sides. But I think that in a lot of respects, hydrogen gets shortchanged in that it's always assessed on a life cycle basis in terms of CI and in the cost of perceived of the price of hydrogen today at $16 per kilogram and so forth, without really understanding where are things going to mature to as you get to scale. Like Teresa was saying, scale matters in hydrogen. It's really important. So when you look at it from the battery electric side, we're not really looking at all of the end-to-end costs associated with how do we get enough energy to support the adoption of battery electric vehicles. We need to look at what are all of the costs of new renewables, new wholesale battery storage, new transmission and distribution upgrades that need to be made. And then we're already talking about the infrastructure costs that the customer pays, but let's take into account those upgrades that they also have to make down the road as demand charges start increasing on them and they have to go and put behind the meter storage. So where do we end up then in comparison, apples to apples, with one technology against another? And let's be rational and kind of how do we have these conversations so that we can really make educated decisions and look everything holistically.
So I'd like to explore this a little further because this has sort of been something that's always been on the front of my mind. You know, as a fleet moves forward and they look at the compliance requirements for advanced clean fleets, I think oftentimes they have more information at their disposal about battery electric truck technology simply because there are a number of them that are commercially available today. But, you know, what we hear a lot about is all of the questions on the infrastructure side, and they're all very, very important long-term head scratchers, and the long-term costs is a big one, and we're continuing to try to wrap our arms around that. But I'm wondering if like the group could explore, you know, how do we get the information and resources out there to people to be able to do better calculations, to make better informed decisions that really do look at everything from a apples to apples perspective, doing feasibility analysis, try to move forward to think of, you know, what's the best way to comply with this in the long term. I know that is something, I don't think we're able to quite require the same thing but an innovative clean transit rule, fleets did have to do some form of an analysis and look forward into 2040. And they had to use the best information available for cost of compliance. And I just, I do think this is a valuable, and a valuable approach, whether it's a consulting firms that come forward and help people with this analysis, or you know, it's something that we can maybe build a little bit, you know, better, you know, build into our own internal analyses. But it's something I just putting on the table, and if anybody has resources to help people just with information, because like I said before, I do think there's a lack of knowledge and a lack of information on the hydrogen fuel cell side of things, and there's a lot of unknowns there, but there's unknowns on both sides. So anyway, I'll just put it out there. I'll let someone raise their hand eventually, but for right now, I guess, unless you wanted to say something else, Philip.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just respond briefly to that. As far as the battery electric infrastructure and everything is considered, I believe that most of the information should already be known to CPUC, CARB, CEC, and it's being shared by the electric utilities. And if Navigant or another consulting company wants to get hired to go and put that together, I think that's feasible. I agree it's more challenging on the hydrogen side. We're a private company having to build out and make significant investments in capital and infrastructure in order to go and build out this infrastructure to support the development of hydrogen fuel to support these vehicles. But I think we'd be happy to have those conversations confidentially with the agencies and or with the consultants to help put something like that together.
Perfect. Just stay involved. Nico?
Yeah, thank you, Leslie. Nico Baukum with the California Fuel Cell Partnership. Touching on a few of the items that were mentioned before, some related to cost, some related to codes and standards, and that's following up on the question that you just posed before Philipp responded. First of all, there was a mention about hydrogen being a large volume business. Well, that makes it equivalent to electricity. The reason that electricity is what it is because it's a large volume business that just happened locally on an occasional basis. Then electricity would not be what it is today. A few points on the codes and standards side of things. You had a question about that specifically, or mentioned it earlier and specifically right now, just a half a minute ago. My understanding is that the heavy-duty fast fueling standards are making very good progress. And I'm talking about the fast fueling standards that are focusing on the 10-minute fill for a truck to have full range. And full range is several hundreds of miles, depending if it's in a drayage operations or regional haul or long haul. Currently, that stands at about 20 minutes for a fill for a drayage truck to have full range of operations, and that's about 300 miles, my understanding. So that gives you probably an idea of where that technology stands. There is new work on an ultra-fast fuel standard that's mainly happening at this point in Europe. It's a European Union funded effort just to keep things focused in that space. It's PRIDE. I think you may be familiar with it at ARB staff with that effort, but if needed, I can forward you more information on that. And I think that's what you were asking for specifically. Also, within the codes and standards community in ISO, there will be a protocol proposal submitted in the let's say 6 months to a year ahead. They're making good progress on the protocol development for that specific ultra fast fill option. So that's coming, but that's obviously that's forthcoming. But when that is proposed, then I think that's more can be shared more specifically. One point that I kind of hear throughout the conversation is that yes, there are some public fleets that do behind the fence fueling. That's obviously not the majority of the fleet. So I am assuming the focus here is public fueling. Because that's where the majority of the trucks will be fueled. And that's also along the lines of what Chris Shimoda presented. However, it would be good in the cost calculations to make clear what we're after here. Are we continuing to focus on what's currently available or what will be rolled out? In the cost calculations, are we assuming, and I think Chris did a nice job together with his partners, the truck stop operator specifically mentioned, to look at what this would look like for, say, the LA area, and how do we convert these truck stops and create space, have enough space to do the charging for X number of trucks. 50 kilowatt overnight is helpful, but that may not serve all the trucks. And he also mentioned 250 to 350 kilowatt hour charging. That's the fast charging. Well, I also heard on the call several folks talking about the megawatt scale charging. And I don't know if in the cost calculations that's an assumption being made, or if it's only up to 350 kilowatt. I think that's what it's currently included. If you expand that over a whole network of charging infrastructure, as well as hydrogen fueling infrastructure for that matter, the numbers will change. Also, when you consider the different rate cases of the different utilities, it's obviously trucks, they fill where the cost of fuel is a little lower. So even though SoCal Edison may have a fantastic rate, PG&E just across the grapevine may have a better rate, and that's where the majority of the trucks wants to fill before they descend on the LA basin to pick up freight and get out of there again. So something between the utilities of transparency on fuel cost would be helpful as a discussion at some point. Currently, there is not a very good transparency, I think, on a market basis, what the cost is of electricity. And I'm hearing that as well, with rate cases being different and being decided on in the future. It's not exactly clear what the exact cost will be, even though we can make some assumptions. So I was asked to keep it concise. I talked more than I should have already, so I'll leave it with that for now. Thank you.
I guess if there is somebody that wants to chime in with more information on cost calculations, just raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll move to Aravind.
Thanks, Leslie. The only point that I wanted to make is one of the factors, plenty of people have pointed out the space limitations, especially in California. We know how expensive that can be. Another consideration that some of our fleets are making, given where the technology is at, is it's not a 1:1 replacement today. So a lot of times fleets buy a new truck and they like to put hundreds of miles on that. They try to do that with a single truck. Obviously, with the current state of the battery electric truck, they're not able to do that. So they're actually having two trucks do the same job, adapt the fleet. And all of that is obviously taking into account the limited staff and the limited space that they have. So just another consideration, keeping in mind that replacing diesel trucks with electric trucks is not 1:1 today, and how that will play into the space calculations and such.
Thank you. Parker?
Thank you, Leslie. Parker Meeks with Heisman Motors. I want to make a quick comment on the hydrogen refueling infrastructure, and just to echo and build on Philippe's points and Nico's points, scale definitely will matter and benefit over time. Long haul route planning certainly is critical, but in the early stages, we also are big believers in small scale modular hydrogen production in line with demand from a various set of feedstocks like solid waste and renewable gases. And when you look at those production methods and that scale, as the early adoption cases of back to base type models like drayage, like beverage and food, like state and muni government fleets, as this market develops relatively quickly, we hope, making sure we're focused as well on the costs that are available today, which, for instance, our first hydrogen hub with our partner Raven SR in the Bay Area is expected to come online later this year. Pretty short build times, costs that we're expecting to be competitive with diesel now. And that, I think, can be a pretty important part of us getting that hydrogen ecosystem on the refueling side going pretty quickly. If we can build it relatively fast, build it modular and close to demand, and lockstep with, the smaller orders which are likely to come to market in these back to base models sooner. It can give us a big jump start while we're planning for the cost to come down over time from the larger scale plants. So.
We do not have any more hands raised, so that's quite awkward for these sessions. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to chime in on, or perhaps Annalisa or Gia or anyone in our group perhaps would like to ask questions of our panelists? Annalisa?
Well, I was going to say we had scheduled a lunch break, and we can give ourselves we have hands up.
Okay.
So
we do have the option though to leave early so we
Yes.
can get a little bit more than
I
a half
think-
hour in for lunch. Oh, look at, they all raised their hands.
Awesome.
Give them an inch.
Great.
Okay, but we definitely will be clocking out for a half hour at 12 o'clock. So be mindful of that. Thank you. Did you have something else you wanted to add, Nico?
Correct. Nico with the California Fuel Cell Partnership. So when you look at following up on one of the comments made, I think is to interact more with the fleets directly and have a back and forth kind of conversation instead of a one-way stream of information with limited feedback or opportunity for clarification. Make sure to include the shippers. So it's one thing to have a truck fleet, but also like have those who actually pay in the end for shipping the freight. I understand that fleets operate in a certain way, and in some cases the fleet may be a shipper, but often they're performing work for someone else who in the end has to pay. So that may be an interesting perspective as well on this whole cost discussion about what the flexibility is and what the direct impact is on the freight that's being shipped. Thank you.
Duty cycle is key. These trucks have a job to do, and that's definitely a message we've been hearing across the board. Philippe?
Yeah, just one additional thing that I wanted to mention as far as costs are concerned. If you look at the participants in the market that are really trying to advance hydrogen fueling infrastructure, probably also to a large extent on the battery electric charging infrastructure for public use, many of these companies are smaller startup companies that are specialized into this space. I mean, there's exceptions like Shell, for example. They're a large oil and gas major. So the key point that I'm trying to make is that cost of capital is going to be a very important piece in the development of all of this public fueling infrastructure. And that's particularly going to be important if in the current market environment, interest rates continue to rise. And so something that maybe we can talk a little bit more about when we get over to the incentives. But one thing to consider is that how do we continue to build out this public infrastructure based upon the capabilities of the current market players to actually get capital deployed and build out this infrastructure and still be able to generate a profitable business model that investors are willing to invest into. It particularly is what debt and other types of mechanisms for financing are probably also not going to be readily available given the nascent stage of many of these business models.
So be sure to stay involved and tuned, Philippe, in the next session, because I think that might be a good question to pose when we start talking about the different types of financing. Okay, Drew?
Yeah, so one other thing to think about is, and I know we talked about this on one of the other discussions on the energy side of it, but I think it's germane to the cost discussion is, what do you do about supply disruptions and disaster recovery and, what could be enormous costs associated with, protecting a fleet or, even, a municipality in the event that the power goes out for an extended period of time. I don't think anybody really knows what that looks like. I think there's some concepts around what it might be. But, everything at this point is probably still just a science experiment. But I do think it's something, it's something that we're looking at and trying to figure out. But it's definitely something that I think should be considered by this group. And then I agree with Felipe about, I guess it's at what point does this stand on its own, right? Without the grants and, without the utility programs and, all the other stuff that is, really compelling everybody to, do it. It's at what point does it stand on its own? And I think we got to figure out where that is and how to get there.
Absolutely. That's something that I think we should definitely have our radar on as well. And I bring that up every once in a while that administrations change. And so political winds change. And today it's really hard to see, California, emphasis on ZEV changing, but you just never know. And I think self-sustainability should be in everyone's ultimate mindset. And it certainly is ours. Chris Shimoda brought up a question in the chat, and it was something relating to, the cost of components. It would be nice to know what components of station construction are anticipated to actually reduce over time. Are there folks who develop station equipment that could speak to this? If not, we'll just, we'll keep moving. But I just thought that we would tee up that question, but it's a good one. I mean, I know, anything in volume is going to come down over time, but there is the supply chain issues and workforce issues are all kind of plaguing almost every single sector today. Lisa, you had something else to add?
Oh, hi. I was just making a comment to Chris as you were bringing that comment up. Interestingly, I'm helping a couple of other airport operators on their design. And one thing that we've concluded in working with PG&E on a project is really being open to really thinking through how and where you put your charging, because the trenching distance is probably one of the most expensive parts of the cost of construction. And when we're open-minded as to thinking of where I absolutely want the charging installed, because that's where I want it, because it won't 100% disrupt my operation as it is today, versus where you could install it when you're mindful of what would be less costly as it relates to the trenching distance from the trench or from the transformer that exists or that would be installed by the utility. And that you could rethink how you could be open-minded to where your chargers could be if you just rethink your operation without disrupting it, but just being open to change. You will find that there are many and more than one solution, but it really takes an openness that I have found that many fleets either absolutely aren't open, or some are just, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So it's just an information I thought I would just add to the conversation.
Thank you, Lisa. Nico?
Thank you, Leslie. Nico, welcome, California Fuel Cell Partnership, and should not forget to mention the hydrogen part of that as well. Just coming back on your comment, Leslie, after I commented earlier, when I said shippers, I didn't necessarily mean duty cycle. I really meant like, say, cost per, say, kilogram moved on what they really pay. So if you ship, let's say, a sweater, if it's $1 added cost for the shipment of that sweater, if it now is $5, that obviously has an effect on the bottom line and the revenues, and they may not be willing to do that, and so they may opt for shipping T-shirts and offering that in their lineup. So just making sure it's not about duty cycle; it's really about shippers' flexibility and perspective on cost. The other point on equipment cost reduction that came up after I'd raised my hand, and that Chris also actually raised earlier, Chris Shimoda at CTA. Shell has a study out. They did a study a few years ago on hydrogen infrastructure cost reduction and the path towards cost reduction on halving the cost and going beyond that towards the I think it was like the $4 to $7 per kilogram dispense in the light duty side of things. That's probably a good study to look at. But then also, I think CEC has been tracking what the cost reduction is of light duty fueling infrastructure, and they used the unit of CapEx per kilogram dispensed. But then they also defined like how fast the fill was, and that's based on a fast fill. That's a 3 to 5 minute fill for light duty. That obviously is not immediately available for heavy duty, but there are increasing number of projects now that can be used to set the benchmark on that. So going forward, all these projects, let's take the Port of Oakland, for example, with First Elements, or the projects that are funded in the SoCal Basin for Nikola and let's see, World Energy, Air Products, and Clean Energy. Those may be interesting next steps beyond what's already in place and what was funded by CARB and CEC. to understand how the cost is reduced per kilogram dispensed, and also make sure that when you show that you show how fast the fill is. So do we have a fast fill in 10 minutes for full range, or do we have an overnight kind of business or an hour-long business on a fill of a truck? So I just wanted to add that to in response to your question.
I think that's a good way to cap up this discussion, because, you know, even early on, I said time is money, and that applies across everything, right, Nico? Time is money, and how long it takes to fill up your vehicle, but also in how long it takes to get your infrastructure installed. The more time, the more money you're losing, or the more money you're spending. So totally appreciate that comment and correction on my when I say duty cycle, sometimes I literally mean everything, but usually I'm talking about weight, distance, number of stops, whole 9 yards. But anyway, if people are okay with this, I sure am. We're going to adjourn 10 minutes early. I think what we're going to do is just keep the Zoom meeting up, but we'll all be kind of going on mute and turning our cameras off, and then we'll be turning them back on at 12:30 or a little bit before. Hope you are all able to rejoin us, and maybe if you do want to put some thought into some of those questions that you were coming up with earlier, people in the participants in the audience, what you've been hearing, on how that could relate to the discussions we're having on funding, how maybe some of those ideas could help shape through your public input process, how our money is spent, some of our funding programs. I think that there's probably a ton of people in this audience today with some super creative ideas, and we'll let you know how to get involved, but this is a good forum to just open up and share your thoughts, because I really think that this discussion is I think it's gonna be a good one this afternoon, and the folks here are just a lot of creative ideas coming up already, so it should be really interesting discussion, and I look forward to seeing everybody in 37 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. And I think our afternoon session is going to be quite lively as we start to shift from a conversation about the costs associated with infrastructure into how to fund them. We're going to start out, we're asking Elizabeth from CEC to moderate our next section of the agenda. Let's see if we have.
Hey, Elizabeth, before you start, this is Leslie. I know people are just jumping on, but I was hoping maybe we can also have you in your introduction talk a little bit about your Empower Innovation, because I think that's a great landing space for folks who have products and services and whatnot, to be able to share information about their products and direct people to their website. So it's a fantastic opportunity for marketing. And so I will just post that in the off ramp, but I just wanted to add that to your plate. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Would you like me to talk about that first? No.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Empower Innovation is an initiative of the CEC in partnership with leading California technology accelerators, fellowship programs, nonprofits, and private partners. And it is a free online networking platform designed specifically for the clean tech community. It provides an opportunity for individuals and organizations to connect for possible partnering opportunities. And I think Leslie provided the link and information. It's a great tool and resource. I think funding opportunities are listed there, as well as your ability to meet other companies, maybe in different technology spaces that you can partner or talk to about lessons learned. So it's a very great tool. And so I can get the afternoon panel started. I think we had a really productive conversation this morning about costs. And so now we'll move on to some exciting information on incentives and available funding. We're going to start with some brief presentations coming from our agencies and organizations on funding programs. And then we'll talk a little bit about alternative financing mechanisms. And then after the presentations, we'll open it up for Q&A and discussion. But first, we're going to start with Michelle Buffington at CARB, who's going to talk a little bit about the CARB budget, and then I'll tag on after her and talk about the CEC budget.
Thanks, Elizabeth. While the slides are getting queued up, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Michelle Buffington, and I am a vehicle program specialist in the Mobile Source Control Division. And today I'm here to talk about, as Elizabeth pointed out, the 2022 proposed budget and what it means for CARB. So this earlier today, Tyson walked you through the $6.1 billion ZEV package proposal from the administration. And so I just kind of put a slide here just to reference everybody and kind of orientate everybody back to where this conversation is going. Today, I'm going to focus on CARB's portion of that big ZEVs bin that you're seeing right there in the middle. So next slide, please. Great, thank you. I'm going to cover what this proposal means for CARB in context to last year's budget, and then Elizabeth, I think you're going to take it over to talk about what this means for the Energy Commission. The proposal includes $2.2 billion to CARB over the next 4 years for investments meant to deliver on equity and scale. It will more than double the funding targets for heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle advancement, strengthening our opportunities for innovation and partnership. First, I'm going to talk about the drayage trucks. This year, the administration is proposing an additional $225 million to CARB over the next 4 years to deploy about 1,000 more zero-emission drayage trucks. I say more because through the 2021 budget, over the next 3 years, CARB had received $220 million to support the deployment of approximately 1,000 zero-emission drayage trucks. So fast math there is that there would be about $445 million that CARB has access to deploy about 2,000 zero-emission drayage trucks with complementary funding for infrastructure through the CEC. Next up, I'll talk about transit buses. This year, the administration is proposing $320 million over the next 4 years to deploy and that will deploy about 1,600 zero-emission transit buses. In addition, the 2021 3-year investment included $200 million for CARB to support, and that would support about 1,000 zero-emission transit buses. So this is a combined total of $520 million to deploy roughly 2,600 zero-emission buses. Again, this money comes with complementary infrastructure funded through the CEC. For reference, the funding that I'm talking about is represented by that $454 million for trucks and buses that you see in the slide in front of you. New to the heavy-duty investments is a proposal to support port electrification. The administration proposed $250 million to CARB over 4 years to support battery electric and fuel cell electric vehicles and equipment at ports. This will be built in close collaboration with CEC, who has complementary infrastructure dollars, and we will build this program through the public process. To ensure that we are able to maintain the innovation pipeline, the administration proposed an insured standalone investment in demonstrations and pilots titled Emerging Opportunities. The proposal includes $100 million for CARB to invest in demonstration and pilot projects in high carbon sectors such as maritime, aviation, locomotives, and off-road applications. These investments, coordinated closely with the CEC, will help maintain California's role as the hub of ZEV market creation and innovation, creating workforce training and economic development opportunities while accelerating zero-emission solutions in the toughest to reach segments of the transportation economy. Finally, there is an additional $600 million in 1-year funding included for a broad swath of zero-emission clean trucks, buses, and off-road equipment. That includes a range of vehicle classes and equipment, and including things like construction and agriculture. What's important to note, but is not on the slide that's in front of us right now, is the proposed funding for school buses, which Tyson, I think, might have talked about this morning. This year, there is a proposed $1.5 billion going to the California Department of Education to support zero-emission, or to support school bus investments. This is in addition to the 2021 3-year investment that provides $400 million for zero-emission school bus investments at CARB, again, with complementary infrastructure funding at CEC. You've heard me say that one a lot, and I think I just want to touch on that a little bit more. First of all, this is an impressive set of investments that when paired with what was proposed or awarded in 2021, leads to a $10 billion investment in the zero-emission transportation system. It's really an unprecedented amount of investment going into the space. This proposal also continues to weave a bond between CARB and CEC, as we both have important roles to play in the deployment of zero-emission vehicles and equipment and infrastructure. And while Elizabeth and I are talking about the funding flows to each of our agencies as if they are separate, the teams at CARB and the CEC are working to ensure that these investments in vehicles and infrastructure are deeply coordinated. So with that, I will turn it over to Elizabeth.
Thank you, Michelle. To build off of what Michelle just talked about with vehicles, the CEC will be supporting the earmarked drayage trucks, school buses, transit buses with zero emission alternatives, and refueling infrastructure. And I know Michelle mentioned it a lot, but I'll reemphasize that it is really our goal for our programs to complement each other and make a process very seamless for the applicants looking to move to zero emission fleets. But of the funding that was most recently passed by the governor, the CEC will administer $1.165 billion towards infrastructure deployment to accelerate charging and hydrogen refueling station deployment, and grants to promote in-state ZEV and ZEV-related manufacturing. About $615 million will go towards medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicle infrastructure in recognition of the need to swiftly transition the most polluting vehicles towards zero emission technologies in the most sensitive regions of the state. Yes, investments will help the markets for ZEVs and infrastructure grow to scale, and more importantly, serve as a foundation for an equitable and sustainable economic recovery by drawing private investment to California and creating jobs in manufacturing, construction, and engineering. So in terms of the plans for the money, we expect to have a funding allocation workshop for medium duty, heavy duty applications to further discuss some concepts in late February, and we'll hopefully be posting that very soon. So we'll be seeking stakeholder feedback on proposed solicitation concepts for the upcoming year. And then additionally, the CEC is starting a block grant project for MDHD ZEV infrastructure called Energized Commercial Vehicles. And the project is expected to complement vehicle incentive programs such as HVIP with the necessary infrastructure funding. Funding is expected to be released in Q1 of 2022. And I know Jeff from CalSTART will be speaking in a little bit to give more details on Energize. And then this morning I received some questions about manufacturing and workforce development. So I wanted to cover that as well. So there is $215 million in manufacturing funding, which will be split into 2 funding years. And the grant funding will support manufacturing projects that increase in-state manufacturing of zero emission vehicles, zero emission vehicle components, and zero emission vehicle charging and refueling equipment. And there are currently 2 concepts being proposed by CEC staff. The first is for ZEV and ZEV-related manufacturing, which will cover a broad range of activities. And the initial funding proposed for that solicitation is $60 million, and it's expected to be released in March of 2022. And then the second concept is ZEV battery manufacturing block grant, which will seek an implementer that can develop and implement multiple smaller awards for battery manufacturers. And that the initial funding proposed for that is $25 million. And that is expected to be released in May of 2022. And so CEC is currently seeking stakeholder input and exploring options. And I think maybe earlier there were some links provided about CEC funding web pages and how to get more information on the manufacturing concepts. And then quickly to workforce training and development. In 2019, the CEC executed an agreement with San Diego Community College District to support advanced transportation and logistics community college clean transportation training project. And the $1.4 million project focused on identifying community college automotive programs located in disadvantaged communities for the purpose of developing light duty zero emission vehicle technology curricula for certification, credit, and degree programs, procuring training materials and equipment, and faculty training. 7 community colleges were originally identified and are now participating in the project. And the agreement is also supported by the Southern California Regional Transit Training Consortium, which trains incumbent fleet technicians and college faculty on ZEV technologies. So I think as that project continues, we will continue to analyze if it's meeting all the needs, especially as more medium and heavy duty vehicles are on the road and need more technicians for the infrastructure. We will continue to explore those needs and potentially add funding. But that's all I have right now for the CEC grant funding. I am actually going to turn it over to Jeff from CalStart, unless Michelle has something to add.
Just quickly, Elizabeth, you mentioned a timeline on the funding, and I realized I neglected to put that in my speaking notes. The funding plan to discuss the upcoming proposed allocations for 2022, for fiscal year 22-23, for ARB's portion of the investments will be sometime in mid-March, and the announcements should be coming out pretty soon. So thanks for the reminder.
Perfect. Okay, so now if Jeff, you're available.
I am here. Yes, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for teeing everything up, and thank you to Michelle for kind of setting the stage as well, and Leslie for shepherding all of us through this while slides are getting fully pulled up. My name's Jeff Cook. I'm a lead project manager on the Clean Fuels and Infrastructure Initiative over at CalStart, primarily engaged with the technical project development of energized commercial vehicles. So if we want to go to the next slide, we'll dive right in here. This is just going to be a brief project overview. I'll provide you at the very end with some means for contact to our broader team, as well as information on the website, which is now live with more information coming soon. But Energize stands for Energy Infrastructure Incentives for Zero Emission Commercial Vehicles. And it provides financial incentives to increase the deployment of commercial zero emission medium and heavy duty vehicle infrastructure. Really aims to and hopes to promote healthy communities, prioritizes equity by engaging people all across the state to make sure that no community is left behind. And we will do this through offering technical assistance, which I'll get to a little bit later on. As of right now, we have funding for $50 million through the California Energy Commission's Clean Transportation Program, with anticipated additional funding that may come down the road. And CalStart has, or CEC has authorized CalStart to administer these incentives with the help of our really awesome partners over at Grid Alternatives, with whom we've engaged very deeply on our community engagement strategy, as well as Tetra Tech, who will be handling the incentive processing center for all of this on the back end. Next slide. Okay. So Energize is going to roll out incentives by way of, oh, skipped ahead one, never mind. There we go, great. One more. There we go, thank you. All right, so eligible equipment, regardless of whether it is for EV or for hydrogen, it lies from the customer side of the meter all the way up to the plug or the nozzle of a medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicle. EV equipment eligible for incentives must be commercially viable, tested by an OSHA recognized NRTL, and be able to utilize modern interoperability standards. This means incentives shall go towards EVSE and charge management software as well. On the hydrogen side, since this is a fuel agnostic approach, the hydrogen side, you'll see the kind of usual suspects of your on-site physical equipment for a hydrogen fueling site. That might be compressors, liquid and gaseous pumps, electrolyzers, high pressure storage, and chillers. All right, next slide. Excellent. And Energize is going to roll out these incentives by way of 4 funding lanes, with each lane having a unique set of requirements and application processes tailored to meet the needs of each of their respective stakeholders. For our EV Fast Track funding lane, which is the funding lane coming up very soon, this fiscal quarter indeed, we will have a date on that imminently. That is intended for those applicants who have perhaps participated in state and federal vehicle incentive programs in the past and need greatest velocity to support those vehicles with infrastructure. However, if you have not participated in state or federal vehicle infrastructure incentives in the past, that does not preclude you from participation in EV Fast Track. Our EV public charging station is suited to address the need of many vocations through public charging locations. Hydrogen is aimed at providing a really clear pathway to our hydrogen vehicles future through a dedicated lane of funding for fuel cell vehicle refueling stations. An EV Jumpstart is catered to frontline, disadvantaged, tribal, and low-income communities who may require greater technical support and maybe even additional time to prepare their applications for funding. Next slide. And what folks are oftentimes curious about is how are these funds going to shake out? Well, 60% of project funds are dedicated to those equity goals. For example, those infrastructure installations that may be located in a disadvantaged community, according to Cal EnviroScreen 4.0, or a low-income community, according to AB 1550. Across those 4 funding lanes I just described and the unique incentive structure that's allocated to each, I'll go through them here in brief. More can be learned from our implementation manual, which is online at energize.org. That's energize with 2 I's. So for that EV fast track funding lane, 50% of eligible equipment and software costs may be paid out in terms of incentives with a project cap of up to $500,000. That funding lane will be doled out on a first come, first serve basis. Next, for EV public charging, that is also 50% of eligible equipment and software costs with also a $500,000 project cap. This lane, in addition to the remaining 3, are all a competitive application. So there will be a period of time during which applicants will submit their application. They will be rated and scored by Energize staff across a number of different parameters, not the least of which being their contribution to their community and how they meet equity goals. Our hydrogen funding lane, again, 50% of eligible equipment and software costs with a project cap of $2 million. This is also a competitive application, as I mentioned. The $2 million project cap is really aimed to address the much higher capital costs currently associated with deploying hydrogen fueling sites. And finally, EV Jumpstart. This one is at 75% of eligible equipment and software costs with a $750,000 project cap. And this is also a competitive application. It's important to note that any participant that may be applying during the funding lanes of EV Fast Track, EV Public Charging, or hydrogen that meet same or similar criteria as EV Jumpstart, for instance, their infrastructure may be located in a disadvantaged or low-income community, they may also get the same benefits of the incentive structure outlined in EV Jumpstart. So for instance, that would be 75% of eligible equipment and software costs, a $750,000 project cap. For those in the hydrogen funding lane, that project cap would be boosted from 2 million to 3 million. Next slide. And finally, one of the most important facets to deploying infrastructure that we've learned is really the need for technical assistance. And while we're just getting started in roping in a lot of good resources, our Infrastructure Readiness Center, which can be found at energize.org, a little tag for IRC, we aim at having that contain a lot of resources such as our Infrastructure Insight Planning tool, Funding Finder tool, and Total Cost of Ownership calculator. Our Funding Finder tool is aimed at helping you identify sources of funding available in your zip code. That Total Cost of Ownership calculator is aimed at helping estimate that lifetime cost and value of your zero-emission vehicles for your fleet. Other tools, including planning guides and fact sheets to help you navigate permitting, construction, and planning, are also included. Over time, we'll offer access to case studies, success stories, and best practices. The IRC will also be a hub for news, updates, and everything else about what's fresh with energized commercial vehicles, including we'll house all of our historic webinars and workshops, their slides, and the recordings of all of those. Next slide. So I'll just wrap up with, I know that we've entertained a lot of questions from many of you that may be on this call right now. So thank you so very much for your feedback, for your input, for your questions. Please keep those coming to infrastructure@calstart.org, and keep an eye on energize.org, that's energize with 2 I's, as we will very soon be announcing the opening date for EV Fast Track. That's that first funding lane for energized commercial vehicles. All right, I believe we'll have questions near the end, but thanks for letting me give you a quick rundown of Energize.
Thank you, Jeff. We actually do have one question that maybe you can briefly respond to. but we'll also give the utilities a chance to respond later. But there is a question. Can you describe how the Energize program aligns or overlaps with the electric utilities fleet programs overseen by the CPUC?
Yes, so this was one of the key pieces of feedback during stakeholder engagement, which includes some 280 or more individuals with dozens of different organizations. And that feedback was alignment of funding. So to your question, how does Energize overlap with or nest within the existing Make Ready programs from the investor-owned utilities? It really nestles in quite neatly because the investor-owned utility Make Ready programs are going to take care of a lot of Make Ready costs up to the customer side of the meter, sometimes edging into the behind the meter side of things, but that's really where Energize picks up. So for instance, if you're participating in Southern California Edison's Make Ready program, PG&E's, and that gets you taken care of up to the meter, that's where Energize would step in for, say, your EVSCs, plop down on top of the stub outs that either of those IOUs may have assisted you in deploying, assisting with funding towards infrastructure and the construction costs that might have been associated with that.
Great, thank you. Okay, so for the next speaker, I want to invite Chad Edison from CalSTA, if he's available to provide some information on CalSTA funding. And then I know we received some interest this morning on the IIJA and federal funding. So I don't know if you have anything to share on that as well, Chad.
Yes, I can. Thank you. I appreciate it. And hello, everybody. A lot of the transportation agency funding and the funding through Caltrans as one of our departments under us goes through programs that can do both transit or rail investment alongside benefits also for heavy and medium duty vehicles. So as we look at the charging and fueling infrastructure, that's a component of many of the projects that we can fund through our funding programs. That's the emphasis I'm going to have here, is where there's that joint opportunity. We have both ongoing programs that are continuously appropriated, things that were in the 21-22 budget as one-time expenditures, and then we have proposals in the governor's budget as well. Let me start with the IIJA question, because that is one where we have formula funding coming to the state from the federal IIJA package. And it allows for the expansion of our electric vehicle charging network, and it's delivered over a 5-year period as formula funds. And that program is one that we see as being able to support both heavy duty and medium duty vehicles in those charging opportunities. That's one opportunity here on the federal side. The rest of the programs I'm going to be speaking to are coming from state funding sources. And so as we help transit and rail agencies make the transition to zero emission vehicles, the charging and fueling infrastructure is often a component of these programs and I'll start with the Transit Interstate Rail Capital Program, which is the largest funding program that we have on an ongoing basis. In many of these projects, we are helping with transit agencies that are converting their fleet to either hydrogen or electric buses. And in some of those cases, those agencies are pursuing fueling and charging infrastructure that can be also used by other vehicle types. We have a good example with Sunline, which has electrolyzers involved in some of their facilities, and in their case, commercializing those and making that available to the heavy duty vehicle market is part of what they have done. The interesting thing on that project is that some of the credits they then receive as a result of commercializing their facility come back and allow them to run more transit service as they get those credits and redeploy them into running more transit. In addition, we have a program that's really focused on replacing and turning into zero emission our locomotives and train sets in intercity buses in the state. Some of that comes with federal funds that were in last year's package that can be used for the fueling and charging infrastructure that supports those intercity bus operations. And so that's an area where many of those facilities, again, could also have joint use opportunities as they get deployed around the state. Finally, going into some of the governor's budget proposal with the supply chain trailer bill language, you'll see in there that there is interest in doing zero emission goods movement demonstration projects. This includes some of the infrastructure that would support drayage trucks or in locating those in the supply chain environment. And so the zero emission goods movement for the $1.2 billion that's in the governor's budget for supply chain investments, that is also under our agency. So I'll go ahead and pause there and see if there's specific questions later, but that's my quick overview of some of the funding sources that we have. And we see ourselves partnering with CARB and CEC on many of the programs that also help with these activities in the transit and heavy duty realm.
Great, thank you so much, Chad. I really appreciate it. And yes, I think there's a theme across all these presentations. We are trying to coordinate as closely as possible so that the fleets themselves do not have to deal with the extra administrative burden of applying to all these different programs and understanding the different funding. So our goal is really to hopefully make this easy as we can for all of you. I wanted to see if maybe we could get a conversation on utility funding. I don't know if Dean from PG&E is available to speak on utility funding programs in your program and what you have to offer. Let me see if he's available. I don't see him. Don't know, Leslie, if you would like me to call on someone else.
About one of our thoughts early on was to go through all of the the rundown of all of the funding available that's out there, and maybe we could switch and Dean could come up later to talk about a transportation electrification program just during this session, but we did want, maybe we should shift over to the alternative financing mechanisms and the EECA, and then we can move then to Tyson, who could just go over high level about iBank and other programs like that.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. So I can talk about ECA, which stands for the Energy Conservation Assistance Act. The CEC administers two programs to administer ECA. There's the ECA Regular, which is a low interest loan program, which provides low interest 1% loans to public entities such as cities, counties, special districts, and colleges and universities for energy efficiency measures. And then there's the ECA Ed program, which provides no interest loans for energy efficiency measures to public school districts, charter schools, county offices of education, and community colleges. And applicants to the ECA low interest loan programs are funded on a first come, first served basis. Energy efficiency measures that qualify for funding under the ECA programs include lighting system upgrades, building insulation, HVAC upgrades, and energy generation, such as photovoltaic arrays. And maximum funding for any ECA project is $3 million. Loans are repaid to the CEC through the cost savings accrued by the energy efficiency measures installed for each of the projects. And there is currently over $20 million available in funding for each ECA program. The ECA Ed program is not currently accepting applications while the program goes through a redesign as a result of recent legislation. CEC staff expects to have the program open and begin accepting new applications in the first half of 2022. So that change is very specific to this group of individuals. Both ECA Regular and ECA Ed programs will now include charging equipment and battery storage as eligible measures. The funding that can be provided for the measures will depend on the overall project characteristics. So it may not be 100% of the cost depending on a number of different factors. But CEC is currently doing outreach for these programs and hopes that they'll be able to release a program opportunity notice very soon. And then I'll just add that under our clean transportation program, we are also currently conducting analysis to determine the feasibility of building a loan pilot program within our clean transportation program. And so we released a request for information late last year to collect input from stakeholders, and we continue to welcome feedback. But now I will invite Tyson to talk a little bit about
yeah,
IBank.
and then just to let you know, we do have somebody from San Diego Gas and Electric who is raising their hand, so we'll have them chime in afterwards to talk about SDG&E's program.
Great. And so, well, thanks for that, Elizabeth. And we just wanted to talk kind of in broad strokes, but, you know, as we're developing the market, of course, grants and rebates are really important in bringing down the cost, but ultimately we want to get to a structure where financing, you know, rules the day and, you know, underpinning economics help accelerate the market forward. And so as we're looking through just at broad level strokes, you know, it's grant funding, pilot programs, and then we get to rebate style market launch, and then, you know, layer on financing. And so we're kind of at the start of, you know, some longer standing programs have been at it for a while, like the CalCap program for clean truck adoption. And, you know, it's done a lot in like the CNG adoption, for example, and it's eligible for zero emission vehicles. But, you know, we're also looking into, okay, how do we accelerate beyond that, you know, on the infrastructure side as well. The infrastructure bank, which is part of GoBiz, and we can bring in more, and that they're always happy to talk to program applicants and participants, but they have a number of different tools kind of underway. One of them is the Clean Financing Center. It's CLEEN. That typically, it lends to the MUSH market, municipalities, universities, schools, and hospitals. So it has to be kind of have that local government nexus, but that said, it can be used to underwrite infrastructure investments. And so the iBank team can work there. We're also like, the Climate Catalyst Fund is not yet ready for ZEV infrastructure. We're starting with forest biomass. It's launched this year. But the idea there, that's more loaning to either public or private entities, but to backstop loans that otherwise would be hard to get in the marketplace. And that was kind of the whole concept behind the Catalyst Fund. So we keep working on that. We're learning from the forest biomass, see if we can bring that into the ZEV world as well. It's the idea, of course, it has to, you know, be approved budget-wise. And then just one other thing to, you know, keep on our radars is the, you know, federal DOE and the Loan Program Office. There's a lot of interest there in figuring out how to accelerate the market. The early, you know, actions on that, I think they have $40 billion, I believe, that they're sitting on with the B. A lot of it is to accelerate kind of innovative technologies into the marketplace. And, you know, a lot of the zero emission technologies fit in that category, but we're also looking at accelerating, you know, technology, not just in the innovative space, but really just in the implementation space. And so we're working with them on the parameters and how the state might be able to partner with the federal government to help accelerate that. And so more to come. Again, as you're out there working in the marketplace, it's great to understand, you know, kind of what hurdles you're facing, what would help with your adoption, especially on the financing side. And so I'll stop there, but just know that, you know, both the Treasurer's Office and iBank are very eager to talk to market participants.
Thank you, Tyson. Okay, and then I think we had someone from SDG&E, and is that Leanna?
Good afternoon, Liana Rios here with San Diego Gas and Electric on the Clean Transportation team. I just wanted to speak to the utility funding programs. So we're currently rolling out our Power Your Drive for Fleets, Make Ready Charging Infrastructure program. All of the investor-owned utilities throughout the state have a very similar program, Southern California Edison, PG&E. We're very aligned with the Energize program. We're actually, you know, spreading the good word about Energize in collaboration with all of the customer communications that we're having with fleets every day. It's a rather large program. We're about a year behind the other investor-owned utility programs, but it's a very exciting time for us. We've completed construction on a couple of sites, and we are getting ready to complete construction on like 2 handfuls of sites. So it's super, super exciting. We're finding our feet. We're certainly looking to the other larger investor-owned utilities throughout the state on lessons learned and best practices, but we're learning that now as we're, putting shovel to the ground. So the other thing that I wanted to add, and I wanted to speak to some of the comments that were made a little bit earlier, one by Lisa, hi Lisa, about being open to alternative placement of EVSE. And that is one thing that we do at SDG&E in partnership with the customer. Obviously, we want to know and understand, what a customer has in mind in terms of placement of their EVSE. But we as experts, our technical team goes out in partnership with the customer to really evaluate the site and evaluate site constraints. And maybe there is an alternative solution that we come up with, or maybe there is an alternative solution that the customer comes up with. So we work very closely with the customer to come up with that solution that works best for their operational perspectives. And then the other comment that I wanted to speak to was Arvin's comment about having a single point of contact. And so the way we're structured at SDG&E is my colleague Dinah Willier is on the call, and I head the team of customer solutions advisors who are those single point of contacts for fleet operators through the entire electrification process. So they are the consistent contact for anyone electrifying and providing the make-ready charging infrastructure. We definitely encourage our fleet operators to contact us early. We stress this, all of us, the investor-owned utilities throughout the state. It does take around 11 to 16 months to provide the make-ready charging infrastructure. And so if a fleet operator is considering electrifying, we want to speak to them right away and understand what the needs are, when the vehicle delivery dates are, because we want the best, smoothest customer experience possible, so that that infrastructure is in place by the time their vehicles arrive. I definitely encourage all fleets to take advantage of this while it is an early nascent market, because when it becomes mandated and regulated, all of these wonderful perks and bennies are going to go away. So I just wanted to share that. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, Liana. So I'm going to start with questions. If anyone has a question for the speakers that just presented, please feel free to raise your hand. We'll start with questions, and then we can move to open discussion. But first, I'll give the opportunity for questions. Okay, I see James Dumont.
Hi, good afternoon. James Dumont with Momentum. You stated you have about $6.1 billion coming through the ZEV package, about 2.17 to CARB and 2 to the CEC. Will there be a mechanism similar to what Energize is proposing, by which recipients of federal funds can be given priority for obtaining matching funds from CARB and the CEC? And then second question along those lines is, alternatively, will CARB or the CEC look to utilize these forthcoming funds from the governor's budget as match share to directly attract additional federal funding for these efforts?
I don't know if Michelle is on. I think that's definitely an option and an opportunity that is something that we should explore. I don't know that I can speak to it
and
directly.
I know that there's conversations underway, Elizabeth. Yeah, and yeah, because when we start to collaborate with the federal government, that's definitely a high-level agency collaboration. Maybe Michelle or Gia or Tyson could speak to that, if that's really what your question was, James. How to
how to be sure we're able to integrate government, state government funds and best leverage and utilize and position ourselves for receipt of federal funds. I know there are internal discussions underway. I was hoping maybe somebody, but I know they're very early. Hey, Tyson, put you on the spot.
Well, what I was I think Tyson, you're probably going to have a much higher level, bigger connection point. So what I was just going to say is that, James, where you're seeing opportunities for that kind of leveraging to be happening, part of why we conduct the public process is to be able to hear those opportunities and discussions. And I know you're very active in our conversations, but I would pass that along to everybody here on the call, that if you have thoughts on how to do those types of, how to build the programs or adjust the programs to work that way, to come and provide that feedback during the public meeting so that we can discuss it and think about it as a whole and on the team. So with that, Tyson, you can go ahead and talk about the bigger, higher level part.
Well, no, I mean, that's basically what I was going to say, Michelle. It's like, we got to figure out the implementation of it. I think, James, to your point, obviously we want to connect these funding sources as much as possible and make it as simple as possible for end users to do it. And so, yeah, so I think as you're recognizing it, please send them in to us. And like, you can, I mean, the ZEV team, we can help coordinate across the agencies, but definitely direct connection with CARB and CEC is a great way to go as well. And so hopefully that's helpful. I know it's we don't have the nuts and bolts ironed out yet, but just as an example, like with the federal money going for EV charging stations, there's close coordination already between the Energy Commission and Caltrans and CalStat, and so, and that's all meant to be aligned, so that we are putting each color of money to its best use.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
I think she meant you, Teresa. Elizabeth, you might have to get closer to your mic.
Sorry. Thank you, Elizabeth. I wasn't sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Teresa Cook from the California Hydrogen Coalition. I just wanted to add the quick comment that obviously with this wonderful federal opportunity coming down, it's important that the California incentive structure complement that as much as possible. I apologize that I missed the conversation earlier on the Energize program, but I did want to raise a little bit of concern that this community, that our members in the California hydrogen community have with regard to the program as proposed, specifically the 30% limitation for hydrogen and 70% for charging. As the Clean Transportation Program is the only program benefiting hydrogen versus investor-owned utilities and some settlements agreements also providing support for battery electric vehicle. I would really push back on that preliminary allocation, particularly considering the mantra that we have gotten for a long time is, heavy duty, we're really going to, or fuel cell community, we're really going to need you in the heavy duty space. So I wonder if those numbers are appropriate. The second thing that I would offer that might jeopardize a little bit of what we're trying to do to encourage, heavy duty truck utilization is a requirement that the fuel supplied at these funded charging state or funded hydrogen stations under Energize be 100% electrolytic. That is not only inconsistent with the state's goals as it relates to methane emissions that come from utilizing organic waste as hydrogen feedstock, but also, as everybody knows, this isn't a commercially available technology yet. And I noticed that some folks earlier pointed out that with electrical rates being what they are, it's going to make this type of hydrogen very difficult to come by for quite some time. And then also I noted the $2 million cap that's currently in place for heavy duty hydrogen stations. That does not reflect the actual costs. I noticed that CalSTART mentioned they would be increasing that to $3 million. Unfortunately, what we're looking at is closer to $4 million. So would look forward to working with the administration and the administrators of this program to remedy some of those miscalculations so that, we're able to better serve this hydrogen market.
Thank you. I can speak to some of your comments and then Jeff, feel free to jump in. I'll first speak to the 100% electrolytic requirement that I've heard before, but that is not an actual requirement of the Energize. So for specific questions on the program itself, I would encourage everyone to look at the implementation manual, which Jeff mentioned on the Energize website, which is energize.org with two I's. And then I will add that we really appreciate this feedback, and Energize is really just getting kicked off. Jeff mentioned the $50 million we have at a recent business meeting with our commission awarded up to 276 million. Our hope is that this Energize project will be a large scale project and effective for all the trucks and buses that need to go to zero emissions. So we are in, we're just launching this project, and our hope is that understanding, how it works, what doesn't, what we can make better is really our goal. So I'll stop there. I'll see if Jeff has anything he wants to add.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. I think you definitely hit on some of the main points. And Teresa, really thank you for that feedback. We've gotten some similar points from, I believe, perhaps a couple of your colleagues and others within the broader hydrogen industry. And I'll just echo something that I heard you say, Elizabeth, that we are really just getting started. And so while seeing that 30% of incentive dollars that may go towards hydrogen fueling stations and the $2 million or $3 million project cap, depending on a certain location of that infrastructure, it certainly is as a proportion of the full front to back costs that go into bringing a hydrogen station to life. You're right, these are very capitally intensive sites. So over time, at least right now, we want to try to address the industry's needs where they are, and that has been people desperately need to get into infrastructure like yesterday. Either POs are being fulfilled and they're landing on sites, or even vehicles are awaiting infrastructure to provide refueling or recharging, more often the latter than the former. So as Energize evolves, once we get out into the public, once we get things really off the ground, and you all can get things in the ground, hopefully with support of Energize, that the learnings gleaned from that process itself, as well as the dollars we hope to flow through Energize over time, will really start to represent the industry where it's at currently. And you're right, directing some dollars more towards hydrogen is certainly what we would really like to see down the road. Right now, we're really kind of looking at where things are at. So stay tuned. We are looking at updating the implementation manual on a quarterly basis, just immediately before some of those funding rollouts. So there's probably going to be a lot to learn in the coming months. And just to put a little bit more color on something that you mentioned, Elizabeth, with regards to the sourcing of hydrogen, the only requirements from either a CI or color spectrum level are that on-site production does have to be electrolytic hydrogen. If, however, you're one of the majority of hydrogen fueling stations that has tube trailers brought in, there is not a CI score or a color per se that might preclude you from participating in Energize. So hopefully that gives a little bit more color to some things, and certainly welcome further conversation. You can drop us an email or we can chat a little bit more offline about more specifics.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I think Nico is next.
Hi, Nico with the California Fuel Cell Partnership. I expected that Michael was going first because I saw that places switched. Yeah, again, Nico with the California Fuel Cell Partnership, also covering hydrogen. Obviously, otherwise the vehicles won't drive, and that's what we're here for. One question this applies to Energize as well as the other state agencies. Is there, and this is also based on a question that was asked, I think either in the chat or in the Q&A, a location where all these sources of documentation or data are housed. So I've heard references to ARBs. I don't think ARB calls it dockets, but places where documents are posted for in response to two documents being a regulatory draft documents being posted. There's a docket at the CEC. There's input process for Energize. There is a docket that was recently opened about hydrogen opportunities and challenges. I don't think there's a similar docket for electric fueling infrastructure opportunities and challenges. It'd be great if that could be along the lines of the state agencies coordinating, maybe a source where the state agencies can put everything together, not asking you to create a new website per se, but maybe a location where all the links are together, because equally to you, the folks that are listening to this and participating in the panel, they also have a hard time finding where all that information is located. So that's a point about the information that we're talking about here. The other one is with regards to this is specific on the Energize, and we have talked to the CalSTART staff per request of providing feedback, is the split between hydrogen and electricity for truck fueling infrastructure. It's based on my understanding is it's based on transit, while in trucking that may appear to be a complete different split. I think at this point, when it comes to fast filling, there's a larger heavy-duty truck fueling infrastructure than there is publicly operated or semi-public. Then there is a charging infrastructure for heavy-duty trucks. So if that were an indicator, that ratio should be slightly different than 70-30. But that's opinion, so take it for what it's worth. The other thing is within all these projects, it'd be good to focus on the corridors or the port specifically initially, and not allow the process to veer too far away from those corridors, because otherwise you'll get you'll be challenged on how the ports and these corridors are served with regard to the rollout of heavy-duty trucks. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that was really helpful, and you said a lot of things there, so I'll take that back, and hopefully we can have more coordinated messaging so that there's a place where you can find all that information.
Thank you.
I will call on Michael Colvin next.
Hey, thanks, Elizabeth. A couple of brief points in response to the presentations that Tyson made and that Liana made from SDG&E. I think Tyson is absolutely right that the name of the game here has to be leverage, and has to be financing from leverage. That doing this as a grants only approach or an incentive only approach is not going to meet the scale that is out there and the scale and the demand that we have. But as I've sort of said throughout the day today, I don't think it is about leverage for one type of customer. We are going to have fleets that are going to be installing millions of dollars worth of chargers. We're going to, or fueling recharging stations, and some of them are going to have, not great credit scores. They aren't going to have dedicated relationships with banks. Are not going to have some of the things that they're going to need to be able to do this. If you're a local bakery and you have a refrigerator truck, you don't want to be spending time on all of this. You just want to kind of know, here's the option, here's the available, and here's the loan. So what I'm going to say is going to sound like a contradiction in terms, but I don't mean it to be. In order to de-riskify a loan, in order to make it easy to process, it has to be a standardized product, but it also needs to be customized to the situation that's out there. So investing in products that will securitize a bunch of different types of investments is going to be critical. We can't put all of our money just in one budget line item. Going into a point that Liana made, something that I don't think she mentioned, maybe because it's still premature, but if we're looking at pots of funds that are out there to help securitize investment, the PUC does have an open docket on clean energy finance using on-bill repayment or on-bill financing programs that are out there as well. And this could be something that could be helped to coordinate the installation of chargers, especially for customers that don't have access to larger financial supports that are out there. The utilities are going to be submitting some proposals in the next 60 days. We certainly hope, and I think this group should encourage the utilities to include specific charging infrastructure as part of their proposals, and thinking about the benefits of prioritizing ratepayer investment support for charging infrastructure that goes into places where both there is public health benefit and grid benefit. The last thing that I wanted to mention again is that in addition to helping to de-risk the securitized products that are out there, money is obviously helpful, but it's not the only thing that is helpful. There are other things from warranty guarantees, performance guarantees, other things that help make loans look less risky, that we can standardize as a set of rules within this rulemaking that will actually help bring down the cost of finance, and that will say, yes, this is going to be something that will make it look better. The financing the transition report that I put into the chat in the morning, I'll put a link to it again here, goes through both all of those financial and non-financial supports that are helpful. And so I would encourage this group to think out, how do we create the non-financial securitization products? How do we get those rules as standard as we can, so that way we can attract the private capital as much as possible? With that, thank you all so much. I really appreciate the time.
I think Philipp is next.
Thank you. So I want to echo the feedback that Teresa and Nico provided earlier about the discrepancies associated with the funding that's available for hydrogen fueling infrastructure. And I also want to respond to what Jeff said about the current timing for making equitable investments into hydrogen fueling infrastructure, and that we're trying to basically play catch up with POs that have been placed for battery electric vehicles, and we need to get the infrastructure in place to support them. The point of why we need to make significant and equitable investments right now in hydrogen fueling infrastructure is so that we don't encounter the same situation when it comes time for those fuel cell vehicles to hit the road. Nikola is planning on having large volumes, we're talking thousands of trucks ready starting 2023. And we need to have that fueling infrastructure available to support the demand for those trucks. The IOUs, through their Charge Ready programs, were allocated $700 million over 2 years ago. I believe only about $50 million or so, from what I had seen most recently on just a quick search, has actually been allocated towards infrastructure funding thus far. And so the fact that there's a statement about issues with regards to getting infrastructure in place to meet the requirements for POs isn't for lack of funding necessarily, but rather because there needed to be an operationalization of how to put in place the infrastructure to support those vehicles. Here we have an opportunity to fix that on the hydrogen fueling side and get ahead of that issue by allocating the funding, getting the infrastructure deployed by private entities such as ourselves, and have that ready by the time that the vehicles actually hit the road. I think there's much less regret in having the stations come online early than having a bunch of trucks that are ready to be sold that can't get deployed into the marketplace for lack of infrastructure solutions to support them. So I think that as we look at how to allocate the governor's budget into infrastructure solutions, we need to not look just at the funding that's being allocated in through the Energize program, but what is also the existing funding that has already been allocated to battery electric vehicles? And can we make sure that as we look at the marketplace, there's equitable incentives and investments being made into both technologies so we can truly evaluate which one is the market most willing to adopt and meets the needs of the trucking fleets, who ultimately need to be the ones deciding which technology fits into their business operations and makes the most sense for them economically and operationally. One other point that I wanted to respond to that Jeff had mentioned about the on-site production for being constrained to electrolyzers is with regards to other applications where, let's say you've got a landfill location or a dairy digester where you can get natural gas. I don't see why that type of technology shouldn't also qualify for incentives if you're going to go and incentivize electrolyzers as well, as those types of applications may see much greater CI reductions relative to the zero CI associated with the electrolyzer if it's being used to create hydrogen on site. And then the last point I'd like to make is that I fully agree with Nico that as we look at how we allocate funding through this grant program, we need to focus in on the ports and the freight corridors, which actually reminds me, there's one additional point here. We haven't talked about market-based incentive mechanisms to encourage the deployment of hydrogen fueling infrastructure. The LCFS currently has a hydrogen refueling infrastructure credit for light duty applications that also applies on the battery charging side. We'd like to see that expanded to cover heavy duty, but from our conversations with CARB, it sounds like that cannot take place until at least 2024 to actually be implemented due to process situation or requirements to go through stakeholder meetings and so forth. I would be really disappointed to see us falling short of our decarbonization objectives simply because of a process and stakeholder requirement, as opposed to being able to accelerate these types of policy changes that can really unlock a tremendous amount of value by enabling the market to figure out the most economic and ideal locations to go and deploy fueling infrastructure to meet the needs of the customers. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Jacob has his hand raised. I don't know if you wanted to respond, Jacob.
Yeah, Philipp, any addition to or any changes to the HRI or FCI program will require a rulemaking change. It's not that it would require stakeholder input, that it requires a full round of rulemaking. And so in order to do that, it has to go through the formal rulemaking process.
Could I chime in for something from a little historical perspective before the HRI credit? Because the issue of keeping a station operator whole existed very early on in the light duty infrastructure phase of things, CEC recognized that, and they actually offered some sort of funding mechanism to for operations while the customer demand was increasing at those stations. And I was just going to wonder out loud, because unfortunately the process is the process with revising regs. And so there's not anything CARB can do about that. But I'm wondering if CEC has been approached or would consider something like this for the heavy duty stations, something like what you offered in the past for operational expenses for heavy duty stations.
It's something we can definitely explore. I know we're having an upcoming concept workshop. We can tee that up as a part of our conversation. I don't know that we have heard it yet, but if it's something of value, we can definitely talk about it.
Can I jump in with one point too? Just jumping in on the electric rates, and I think Philippe brought up the point of on-site production. And I think if we do limit it to electrolysis, you know, there's a big challenge associated with the electric rates for on-site production if you're not behind the meter and directly connected to renewable power. So that is something we eyes wide open and we need to solve as far as electric rates for hydrogen production. I think before you would see, you know, big investment in on-site there. So I think opening up the pathways for, you know, low carbon is really important for what it's worth. So all these kind of near-term things, I think we're eyes wide open, like how do we, you know, what are these barriers that and it's good you're bringing them to our attention. I think the electric rates it's a challenging one for a number of reasons down the road, but I think it's something we need to figure out.
Absolutely. Yeah, we should take a technology agnostic approach in everything that we do and try to find through how the market responds and where things are most economic, what ultimately is the best way of achieving carbon reductions.
And then can I just jump into, maybe CARB, you can slap me on the hand with this, but like in terms of the LCFS regulation, the scoping plan is a big part of it, and the scoping plan update in terms of process. And so that's being done this year, right? So, and that, you know, that has to come first. Then the LCFS changes tie back to the scoping plan, and that's part of the challenge. But CARB, you can jump in and.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. So the any future targets regarding the future of the regulation that go beyond 2030 will be driven by the scoping plan. And so since we're looking for past 2030 targets, then we're waiting for the results of the scoping plan in order to do our economic analysis and emissions analysis associated with it.
That's perhaps a disappointing process answer in reality, but I think So just for what it's worth, I think all of us would like to snap our fingers and have it done now, but that process is kind of standing in the way. And so
yes, that and the Administrative Procedure Act is also something that, we just need to make sure that everything is done properly, and we want to make sure that the longevity of the program is and integrity is taken into account. And so we had initially considered doing 2 separate rulemakings. That was one that was much more limited, but with the effect of the scoping plan and the drive for these additional or stakeholder input from additional infrastructure potential crediting opportunities, that would be part of a larger rulemaking that would have to be directed by the scoping plan, saying that there's an absolute need for this type of infrastructure in order to meet the SB 32 or AB 32 greenhouse gas reduction goals.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like we have Thomas next.
Thanks. Thomas Yelenich with the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association. We represent marine terminals and ocean carriers serving California's ports. Wanted to comment on Michelle's slides on the funding that's going to be coming for ZE equipment from the governor's budget. The $250 million that has been outlined, we're thrilled about. That is the most money we've seen come to the ports in a long time for this effort. And the technical challenges and the type of equipment that we have available in ports means that money is really, really necessary to reach the ZE goals of the state in port complexes. But I think we do have a few hurdles between the governor's proposal and that money actually getting spent to deliver that equipment. In past years, the legislature has tied requirements to the fund to equipment funding for California ports that prohibited any funding for equipment that was automated or automatable. Today, every single piece of zero emission technology that is ready for deployment in a port complex meets that definition. And so if those restrictions happen from the legislature again, that money would be unreachable for us. And so one of the, I think we all need to be cognizant of what our goals are here. And if we're going to, especially in the port complex where the cost of the equipment is so high, the lead times for deploying the equipment and the limited technology options that are currently available to us, making that funding accessible to marine terminal operators is going to be really, really critical to meeting the goals. So really appreciate the governor's proposal. How it materializes in the final budget will be really a determination of where the state's policy goals are. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. May I just take a second to respond?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you for the feedback. Right now, if you read the draft budget language that went with the proposal, the automation language did remain for the $600 million bin that includes off-road equipment. The port portion of the dollars is part of the 4-year overall package. And when you look through, again, that draft budget language, you'll see that money isn't outlined in this year's budget language, meaning that I think the intention is that it's going to fold in the later years. So there are 2 things to this. One is that we have a little bit of lead time on building out what this looks like, which is good. But we're also, as you pointed out, in kind of we're at the beginning stages of the budget cycle, right? And so there's still a lot that's going to happen between now and the final budget. But what I can say is that, in the past 5-6 years, we have been able to invest quite heavily in the ports with the automation language intact. And still been able to help make a dent in the emissions that the ports are trying to move to zero emissions. So I think that regardless of what the bill language says, the $400 million, we're going to be able to make those investments at ports. I think some of the things that, and Elizabeth, if I'm stepping out of far out of bounds, you know, but I think part of what we're thinking with that port dollars is that we would go through the public process with the CEC to really figure out how that money gets spent. And that part of what we're really interested in is making sure that all ports have equal access to competing or gaining some fund using that funding. And so traditionally we've had a lot of large ports apply to our funding and receive funding for us, but we want to make sure that we're inclusive of all of the ports.
Yeah, thank you. And I, appreciate that. And, we do know that funding has been used for demonstration projects, and those demonstration projects are critical for moving the technology forward. But unfortunately, they are just that, they're demonstration projects. In terms of, being able to replace a diesel piece of equipment one for one, we still haven't met our goals in having a piece of a yard tractor, a top pick, what have you, that can do that. And so that means that, depending on what the timeframes are for the transition that ends up being in rules like the cargo handling equipment rule,